Member Jackson, that we defer the minutes. All right. And then we go into item 6, which is new business. All right. Today we look at the first supplementary estimates that were tabled on 8th of November. And as the FAA Act, it is to be brought to the PAAC and for us to deliberate. We have asked the Ministry of Finance to appear with other ministries and departments and agencies, hence my disappointment that we have so few members present. But before I go further, let me welcome the students in the gallery, the Youth Prime Minister, the Commonwealth and United Nations Youth Parliament 2022 to 2025, the Deputy Youth Prime Minister and the Deputy Opposition Leader and Opposition Leader and a few members from your cabinet. Right? You were present yesterday at the sitting of the House, and you're here today at a sitting of a sessional committee of Parliament. So let me say congratulations to you all, and welcome, and hope that you find it educationally wise and getting a better understanding of how the Parliament and the committees operate. So welcome again.
Chairman, did you inquire whether the Youth Prime Minister is ready to assume duties as Prime Minister?
We were discussing matters of state there, so, and so I think he's soon ready. Yeah? So welcome again. All right, item 6. So, Madam FS, we start as usual, your opening comments, and then we will move on. Any questions, and then we move on to the MDAs.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. With me this morning is Mrs. Loris Jarrett, Deputy Financial Secretary, Public Expenditure Division, Ms. Diane Black, Deputy Financial Secretary, Economic Management Division, Mr. Trevor Anderson, Principal Director with the Economic Management Division, Ms. Tiva Forbes with the Public Expenditure, Public Enterprises Division, and Mr. Diego Thomas from the Public Enterprises Division. Oh, and Ms. Sonia Dresicki, also with the Economic Management, Debt Management section. Ms. Sonia Dresicki, Economic Management Division.
One little disadvantage, FS, the masks don't allow us to appreciate their facial beauty and appearance. Just an observation. No, not yours, I'm speaking, your colleagues who you have introduced. Yours can stay permanently off too.
All right. Okay, so we are providing a summary of the first supplementary estimates that was tabled earlier this month. The 2022-23 estimates of expenditure approved by the House in March 2022 provided for total central government expenditure of $912 billion, comprising non-debt expenditure of $604.5 billion and public debt service of $307.5 billion. The first supplementary estimates provides for a net increase in the central government expenditure budget of approximately $60 billion above the approved budget, which has moved the total expenditure budget to $972 billion. The $60 billion in additional expenditure includes $54 billion in non-debt expenditure, with $52.7 billion going to recurrent expenditure, $1.3 billion to capital expenditure, and a net of approximately $6 billion to public debt. The adjustments have resulted in total non-debt expenditure now being recorded at $658.6 billion and public debt service at $313.4 billion. In terms of non-debt expenditure, the $52.7 billion increase includes $21.1 billion for the compensation of employees and $31.6 billion for recurrent programs. The compensation of employees represents approximately $18 billion increase in the allocation for compensation due to the public sector compensation restructuring that's underway, and brings the total for that allocation to $39.3 billion, and the increase also includes $2.2 billion for the Ministry of Health and Wellness. On the recurrent programs, the additional $31.6 billion allocated includes approximately $7 billion related to the suite of targeted measures to alleviate the impact of price increases on the most vulnerable as a result of the supply chain pressures related to COVID-19 pandemic as well as the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The measures include an energy co-pay program through which the government contributed to paying 20% of the JPS bill for all postpaid households that consumed 200 kilowatt hours of electricity or less over the period April 2022 to July 2022, and $3,000 per month over the same period for each prepaid residential customer. The total expenditure under this program is $2.2 billion. The measures also included a gas relief grant and loan facility, which is to owners of contract carriages and route taxi vehicles, which consists of $600 million to be disbursed as a grant and $200 million in loans accessible through microfinance institutions under an on-lending facility with the Development Bank of Jamaica. The disbursements under the gas relief grant and loan facility are still ongoing. An increase in the transportation grant for part students of $152 million is also included. A general welfare support for non-path beneficiaries totaling $550 million includes $189 million through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, another $189 million through the Constituency Development Fund to persons identified by members of Parliament, $70 million through the Ministry of Local Government to persons identified by the municipal corporations, $52 million to persons in receipt of poor relief grants through the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, and $50 million through the Public Assistance Department of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. There are also back-to-school grants valued at $1.2 billion, of which $1.05 billion is to increase the approved provision and allow the Ministry of Labor and Social Security to make back-to-school grants of $10,000 per student to each of the approximately 160,000 part student beneficiaries, and also $189 million in education grants and assistance to non-path vulnerable students identified by members of Parliament and disbursed through the Constituency Development Fund in the Office of the Prime Minister. There were one-off grants to public servants with gross earnings of $1.5 million or less disbursed to MDAs through the Accountant General's Central Treasury Management System, and these were valued at $353 million. Grants to pensioners in receipt of pension at $1.5 million or less per annum were also made, with $523 million allocated to NIS pensioners and $100 million to approximately 10,000 social pensioners, and that was disbursed through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. An amount of $150 million to facilitate the trucking of water to areas that were experiencing inconsistent rainfall or drought and disbursed through the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development is also included. The first supplementary estimates therefore seeks to, among other things, appropriately allocate these expenditures across the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies. The supplementary estimates includes provisions for the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, $5.1 billion, and this includes approximately $3.5 billion for patching of local roads and general rehabilitation of scoured and damaged roadways island-wide, and $1.4 billion for island-wide drain cleaning, debushing, and major repairs to gullies. There's $200 million to support planning and design of new public investment projects being developed by the National Works Agency. For the Ministry of Health and Wellness, we have a net increase of $3.6 billion, and this covers an amount of $3.3 billion of redirected savings identified by the ministry from the sum initially budgeted for COVID-19. The gross sum includes approximately $2 billion to address outstanding arrears related to goods and services in the regional health authorities and $2 billion for the National Health Fund. Ministry of Transport and Mining, approximately $1.1 billion in increased subvention to the JUTC and $55.1 million to the Port Security Corps. Ministry of National Security Group, $6 billion, with $1.5 billion of that for JDF, $3.3 billion to the Police Department, and $862 million to the Department of Correctional Services. The Ministry of Education has been allocated $1.8 billion, of which $530 million is to supply laptop computers to teachers under heads of agreement with the union, $592 million towards the production of breakfast for PAD students, $140 million to support critical repairs in identified schools, and $250 million towards expansion of broadband in schools. For the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, there is an additional $1.1 billion, which represents the 18% increase in PATH cash grants, which began in April 2022. The Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology has been allocated an additional $1.6 billion, of which $1.1 billion is for the reimbursement of spectrum fees, and $300 million is to support the operators of the Universal Service Fund. Sanitation and cleanup, $750 million has been allocated, with $561 million going to the National Solid Waste Management Authority and $189 million disbursed through the Constituency Development Fund for beautification, bushing, and drain cleaning activities. A total of $500 million allocated under the Ministry of Finance and Public Service and disbursed through the Bank of Jamaica to facilitate a one-time deposit of $2,500 into the bank accounts of the first 100,000 citizens who open a low-risk, less stringent Know Your Customer account, and also a one-off incentive deposit of $2,500 into the bank accounts of the first 100,000 citizens who opened Jamdex digital currency accounts. Under capital expenditure, we have a net increase of $1.3 billion above the approved estimates, driven mainly by an additional allocation of $4.1 billion to the South Coast Highway Improvement Program to facilitate mobilization of the 5 remaining work packages, and the installation of water lines is estimated at a cost of $1.2 billion. So the net is a $1.3 billion increase, as there is some reallocation. There's reallocation from the Ministry of Finance and Public Services contingency for public investment projects of approximately $3.8 billion. $2.6 billion of this is to the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation in relation to SCHIP, Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project, and the $400 million for the widening of and dualization of Grange in St. Catherine, and the remaining $1.2 billion is to the Ministry of Transport and Mining for the acquisition of the 50 new buses. The public debt service, the indicated increase in the debt service of $6 billion arises from the impact of increases in interest rates on interest payments. Interest payments are expected to increase by $10.8 billion, reflecting the result of monetary actions being taken both locally and globally to address the inflationary environment. $10.8 billion increase on interest payments is somewhat countered by a $4.8 billion decrease on amortization payments, which is due primarily to the relative stability of the exchange rate. For the self-financed public bodies, a total of $3.43 billion is included in the central government for supplementary estimates for allocation to the following entities, and we would have mentioned these before. The National Health Fund, $2 billion to reduce receivables from the Ministry of Health and Wellness attributable to increase in demand for pharmaceuticals. To the Jamaica Urban Transit Company, approximately $1.07 billion for operational support, and this is inclusive of fuel costs and outstanding taxes. Port Security Corps, approximately $0.06 billion for operational support, and the Universal Service Fund, $0.3 billion to facilitate project expenditure. The macroeconomic and fiscal framework for the fiscal year has been updated given the performance of the macro indicators to date. Utilization of the updated framework is generating an increase in the central government's revenue and grants of approximately $65.5 billion over the estimates approved in March. The current projection is also $34.9 billion higher than that indicated in the interim fiscal policy paper, which was tabled in September. The higher projection has been informed by the updated macroeconomic profile as well as the continued significant overperformance of revenue through the second quarter of the fiscal year, reflecting among other things, the faster than anticipated recovery of the country from the impact of COVID-19 and the higher than anticipated inflation. At end September, total revenue flows were $40.4 billion above budget, and this included $35 billion from tax revenue. The overall performance for revenue flows is expected to be $815.3 billion for the fiscal year. The estimated tax revenue of $736.5 billion accounts for the lion's share of the increase, followed by non-tax revenue, which is expected to increase by $2.4 billion or 3.6%. Bauxite levy is now projected to be lower than your approved budget, and the proposed $60 billion increase in expenditure will therefore be financed primarily from the $65.5 billion increase in revenue flows. We have appendices with the expenditure and the central government tables.
All right, thank you, Madam FS. Members, before we invite in any of the ministers, are there any questions that you have for the FS and her team?
I have no question, Chair.
I have no questions at this time, Chair.
Just an informational question.
Go ahead, member.
FS. The period for arrears, I know it's 90 days. Is it by convention or statute that the arrears should not exceed 90 days? Convention. Okay.
Madam FS, I'm going to ask you about the gas relief. Yeah? Can you give us any information on how many has applied and how many have been approved?
Our approval is at the end of September, I believe. It might have been at approximately 12,000. We did have some additional applications following the initial.
Approved or applied?
Approved, and there some of it is still dispersing, so all of them have not yet received.
Oh, because the minister in his statement
it was at an earlier point. What he gave you was at an earlier point.
Okay.
So this is more updated information.
So you're saying you have about 12,000
yeah.
approved?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Approved, but what's the number for the applications received?
Sorry.
Wanted to know if we have a number for the for those who applied.
All right, let me give you that a little later. I'm going to pull it and give it to you later.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
For the provisions for the CBDC, acronym Central Bank Digital Currency, the provision is for that and the low KYC accounts. They are two separate things. Okay. Did you give a breakout for what those for the KYC is?
No, we did not have a breakout on this, but we can also get that to you. The take-up on that has been much less than expected, but the digital currency has been fully
utilized,
yes.
But for the KYC, what was the initial provision allocation?
Same 100,000, 2,500 for 100,000 to
2,500
yeah.
for the
individual, so it's 250 million.
Okay. And that was for on a first come first some basis.
100,000.
Okay. Since you supported FS, you meaning the ministry, is there any parameters set by the ministry for those low KYC accounts?
Not the ministry. They would have worked with the Bank of Jamaica, the supervisor.
But are you aware of any parameters by the BOJ for those? And I ask that against the background that you are supporting an exercise. So you wouldn't just give money to a program unless you are satisfied that the parameters are reasonable, fair, and practicable.
Okay. To the best of my knowledge, they are. But again, I will need to, just to be accurate, get the exact
parameters.
Yes, for you.
How soon is it likely to get that?
I can get them today.
Okay, fine. You just furnish it through the secretary today. Okay.
The Madam FS, the energy co-pay. Can you say about how many customers had benefited from both the 200 kilowatt hours, and then you had there 3,000 per month over the same period for the prepaid? About how many customers? Microphone.
The average monthly was approximately maybe 505,000 on average. So in terms of what? Yeah. I mean, some of them would have been the same people.
How many?
Each
500?
Month. Over 500,000.
Over 500,000. So this 2.2 billion that was budgeted, it was all of that used, or?
Right. So the initial budget announcement was 2 billion. So we had to go up by the
so
point
you had to go up
to cover. Yes.
To cover the amount of customers.
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Two particular questions. One is general. I was going to defer it for each of the ministry, but it would apply across, so maybe you could provide some guidance. Read the arrears, because I see a substantial amount of arrears being provided for in the supplementary. You have any idea, and of course it's those over 90 days, you have any idea about how old these arrears are generally? Average?
No.
Over the 90?
At this time, I don't, but we can provide it.
Okay. Well, and you could get that while we're here, right?
No, we have to give that one to you after we go back.
I asked you because I know how efficient
the persons are here, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I was only trying to utilize the efficiency, which I'm accustomed to. The other question maybe you could ask, in the Ministry of National Security, you mentioned about the increase, and I see in the presentation there is a allocation for the JDF for those who are earning below 1.5 million, that one-off payment.
Okay, there was a one-off payment that was granted during the last fiscal year. The JDF, however, did not get theirs during
For
that
last fiscal year?
Yes, it's related to the last fiscal year.
This is in the same one-off payment to the public servants.
No, so the public servants here would be this year. That's something for this year.
Or this is for this year.
Yeah.
A question and an observation, FS.
No, hold on. So their payment was for last financial
For
year,
the JDF, yes.
but was not given to them in the last financial year, and now have been rolled over into this financial year.
Okay, the settlements happened close to the end of the fiscal year, and that is why they did not get it last year.
Okay, all right. I was trying to get a better understanding of why it wasn't done within the fiscal year. Good.
Or at least in the beginning of this fiscal year, since it happened in the last, and it would have been known as an outstanding payable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the question, as Chairman muttered, given that it arises out of the settlement last financial year, we're doing the first supplementary now. Why wasn't it provided in the initial budget?
Because, sir, the budget would have been tabled in February prior to them settling.
Okay. Is there a similar provision that existed for the JCF?
No, the JCF were paid. The JCF was captured last year.
All right. No further questions. Before we move on to the Ministry of Local Government, which is online, I'm going to ask the members of the committee who are appearing online that when you're asking a question, can you please turn on your cameras? All right? So we move on to the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, members of the AAC. I trust you are seeing me and my team and hearing me clearly.
I am hearing you clearly and seeing you clearly, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so should I go ahead and introduce the persons who are online this morning? Please proceed. Okay, so the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Team this morning is comprised of representatives from the National Solid Waste Management Authority, the Jamaica Fire Brigade, as well as senior directors from the ministry, Mr. Dwight Wilson, Senior Director Technical Services, and Mrs. Anisha Gordon McFarlane, Principal Finance Officer, as well as the Secretary, Board of Supervision. In case we may not remember, this is the entity that treats with the most vulnerable, Ms. Trika Lewis. I hope I have covered everyone, both online and in office. So, sir, you would have heard the summary given by the FS in respect of the allocations for local governments, in respect of the first supplementary estimates. The allocations surround response to the most vulnerable in respect of 52 million, and the 70 million as an allocation for back to school for counselors, as well as an allocation for public cleansing through the NSWMA and the trucking of water, $150 million. The ministry so far has taken steps to cause the allocations to the respective entities and MCs to be undertaken, except for the 52 million, which will be done shortly based on the feedback we will get from the local authorities, and 150 million, which we are now collating the submissions from the local authorities in respect of their needs for trucking of water. I believe in summary, sir, that is what I would like to say this morning.
Thank you, Member Jackson. Go ahead. Thank you, Madam. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, PS, and to your team.
Good morning, sir.
Just a couple of questions, Madam. The overall additional allocation to your ministry is 561 million. The bulk of that is to arrears to contractors in the solid waste entity. $300 million. I was asking the FS earlier on about the age of those arrears across the board, but in respect of the NSWMA, how old is this arrears that this $300 million is directed to?
Sir, before NSWMA speak, just for clarity, so the 561 million is just to the NSWMA public cleansing, and the 300 of that is with respect to the arrears.
Yes.
Just for clarity, because you had said overall.
No, yes, you're correct.
561 is specific to the NSWMA, correct?
Sorry, you're correct.
Mr. Gordon, who is on, will be able to address the specific query.
Morning, Chairman. Morning, members. The specific question about the age of the arrears, it is arrears that would have been accumulated over a period of, I think at the time, 5 fortnights.
What's that?
5 fortnights.
5 fortnights. Okay.
And so what had happened is we approached the ministry for assistance to clear that. So having gotten that, we have cleared that up, and we are now on pretty much a level with regards to payments.
Mr. Gordon, you said 5 fortnights, 2 weeks. That would have been. That is over 2.5 months.
If you put it in months there, it's about 2.5 months.
Yes, roughly 2.5 months. Mr. Gordon, why I raise this question is that, and ask that question, it appeared a little bit alarming, and I tell you why. In recent times, the country has experienced the highest, perhaps, that we can recall in recent time, garbage pileup across the country. So much so that the Prime Minister, speaking in Parliament, indicating how embarrassed he was because of how unclean, to make it more palatable, but otherwise we would call, say, dirty, the country was. The solid waste workers, those who work on the trucks, are perhaps the lowest paid, or amongst the lowest paid in the country. Was it the case that this arrears impacted on the contractors to continue offering cleanup service because of this backlog in the payment?
Absolutely not, Member Jackson. We have had challenges before, and here I must commend the dedicated service provided by our supplementary contractors. And we have, through dialogue, continue the service. It must have some impact in terms of their personal economy, in terms of managing their fleet. But in terms of it overall impacting us, I know it would put pressure on them, but they did stay the course with us, and we were able to continue working right through that period.
So in summary, you're saying that the arrears did not impact your capacity or ability to carry out or ensure normal garbage collection?
No, where we had problems is not because of the payment. We didn't have any truckers striking or anything like that. Where we had problems was more in terms of the downtime from our own units, which is why we are anticipating this 50 truck with so much excitement. Because we use supplementary, as the word supplementary suggests. We don't rely exclusively on them. We do have our own fleet. But when we have downtime on our fleet, when we can't keep our fleet going, then the supplementary people carry the brunt of the burden. And that's not a tenable position. So that's why we're really happy that the 50 trucks are now on the island and is now being cleared. And we should be going into a better phase now.
Okay. One final question for you on that, Mr. Gordon. The Prime Minister announced recently an allocation of $5 million per constituency to assist with the cleanup of those pile-ups across the country, constituency by constituency, which is being administered through your agency. We are doing a supplementary now, and it makes provision for that extra budgetary allocation. When this cleanup exercise would have been done, and hopefully some cleanliness would have returned to the country, is your budget adequate to ensure for the rest of the financial year there's not a return to what we are having now in recent times?
So I answer you two-way, Member Johnson. One, the allocation from the Prime Minister through the annual Christmas cleanup arrangement is not for the domestic garbage that we collect on a daily basis. Those are for the illegal mini dumps that are popped up all over the country. People having an old mattress, want to discard it, they throw it anywhere in an open lot. People have the construction material, they're refurbishing a place, they just cart it to the next open lot and just toss it anywhere wantonly. That is not something that I can guarantee you, because I am budgeted for the domestic collection of garbage. That has to be now a part of the collective partnership that I'm trying to get going, because the people have to play their part. And it doesn't matter what size budget the NSW make it. If the people decide to litter at will and to want and they discard the items that they no longer need, it's going to be difficult for any agency, any government to keep Jamaica clean, which is why I always ask for personal responsibility to be part of the conversation whenever we talk about solid waste management, because the people will have to play their part. Now, we can guarantee, and we are guaranteeing, that with the 50 trucks added to the fleet, and we can't say how grateful we are for them, that we will be in a better place to push to collect the domestic garbage. And that we will run. We have a great plan to roll out once the government hand over the trucks to us later this month.
But Mr. Gordon, I don't think that is all so. The reason being, in at least speak for many of the urban constituencies, mine included, the failure of the domestic garbage collection has led to pile-ups of some of the communal dump sites. I know a number of areas in Portmore in particular. Up to yesterday I was getting text messages about some locations where the pile-up has occurred because of the poor domestic collection. So there's a correlation between those sites and domestic failure in the domestic collection.
But remember, we have to be very careful because we have to be careful that we don't, in the process of addressing a real problem, a real challenge, we don't excuse bad behavior. I don't know the exact location you're talking in Portmore, but I know that there are areas in Portmore and other parts of Jamaica. We will clean them 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock, 1 hour after you go there, it's as if it was not clean. That's a reality.
And there are some that has not been cleaned too. But anyway, I think I note your response, Mr. Gordon.
Member Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In fairness to the solid waste agency, there are two types of garbage that I know, the commercial and the domestic. The problem we are having, Mr. Chairman, when you look at, and I agree somewhat with what my colleague is saying, that because of the non-collection of the domestic garbage, the communal areas you have piled up. But when you go to the communal sites, the amount of commercial garbage and bulk waste that is amongst the regular domestic, it is very hard for the compactors to make. So you end up having to use 2 types of trucks to clean one area. Also, Mr. Chairman, I believe that it is time that the solid waste find a way to deal with the disposal of commercial garbage from the commercial district, especially at nights in the communal areas, because in the urban centers you have more than 1 communal sites. And when you look at what is being dumped there in the night, because they normally don't do it during the day, it's really at night under the cloud of darkness that they do it. We have to pay attention because, and so it is very difficult. Even you will say, okay, the budget for this year is X amount. You cannot hold steadfast to it because over that period of time or between that time, the amount of commercial waste and bulk waste that is deposited in these sites gives it additional one need for funds. So we have to pay attention to that too, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just want to ask Mr. Gordon, this 300 million, the arrears to contractors, is this the total sum amount of arrears that you have for contractors?
At that time, yes, Chair. And as I said earlier, that was used to clear that arrears, and we are pretty much moving steadily along now. I want to say something about the point made by Member Clark, really, the commercial garbage being intertwined with the domestic garbage. That's a problem we have all over, and we have done several sting operations, and we have few successes in terms of prosecution. But again, I go back to my point that we don't have the amount of boots, and government will never be able to afford the level of enforcement that will be required to get people to behave properly if they choose to be out of order. Which is why I'm appealing for that personal responsibility, and we want to, when we talk about garbage collection in our different meetings and sphere of influence, to push back a little on the people who are abusing a system. For example, a communal box will be built in a community for the residents of the community. And you pass there, you see trucks unloading, people coming by with their vehicles, their pickup trucks, they're unloading, and a lot of it is commercial garbage. It's difficult to run behind that, very, very difficult. And it's very costly to clean up after that. So we have to have that kind of conversation with the wider Jamaica as to how we manage solid waste as source, and that goes for business people as it goes for the residential clients. Also, I always want to emphasize that we have not done a good job as a country with publicly educating our people as to good solid waste management practices. More resources have to be pumped into public awareness, public education, to ensure that we begin to chip away at this nasty culture that has emerged. People have no difficulty to clean up the place. It is. You drive along any highway, you stop, look on the side of the road, and you see how much drinks bottle, water bottle, lunch boxes that you see accumulated along there. Nobody lives there, but people just toss things through motor vehicle windows at will. It is a bad habit. It's a nasty culture. It will not change by a one PAAC meeting, prestigious though the meeting is. It will take time and it will take resources to build out a public education program with different messaging type for the different subsets that are out there. And we have to stay at it, and we have to keep chipping away at it until we have the cultural shift. That's not one that I can guarantee you that I can solve in overnight. It's gonna take time, and it's gonna take some patience, but it will also take the collective effort of all of us in this meeting.
Okay, Member Holness, see your hand raised. Member Holness? If not, Member Clark?
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you, but can you turn on your camera, please?
Hello?
Go ahead, but please
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, but please turn on your camera.
In reference to Member Jackson's question, in reference to Member Jackson's question,
yes,
I think it is critical for members of Parliament to be aware with the program of work to be done over the Christmas. I didn't realize that there were persons who thought we were responsible for collecting regular garbage generally from skips or garbage sites. So I think we have to be careful. In writing these programs, we are allowed to collect bulky waste from communities. That's those fridge and stove and old car that persons have had in their communities. And where we have dump sites that are not the sites that solid waste would normally collect from, we are allowed to go through, use backhoe, use labor, and scrape up and clean up those irregular sites. If we use the allocation to do solid waste work, we would not be allowed to submit those for consideration. In discussions with solid waste and designing the program, they have already indicated that they are doing their regular collections. And the sites that we notice, like Member Jackson, that we feel we have a pile up and it needs to be addressed, I have found, though we shouldn't have to call, once you place a call, once you're getting calls from your constituents and you place a call to solid waste, they immediately react. I believe the addition of the 50 trucks, CEO, will go a far way because there will be new trucks, efficient, reliable trucks, and 50 additional trucks must have a significant impact on the collection of our current load of garbage. I will take the opportunity to also say that as members of Parliament, we want you to work with us to start having persons, particularly in the rural areas, getting into composting. Let us see what the budget is for that public education, particularly in spaces where people can dig a hole and get rid of their food waste, vegetable waste, so that we reduce the volume of garbage that we are sending to the dump. I don't know what more we can do for commercial garbage. I have some spaces, particularly Mavis Bank, where persons who have their shops in the night send out their garbage and throw it actually outside the skip. So when individuals who would like to stop by with their car, because that is where they're supposed to dispose of the garbage in the skip, go to put their garbage in the skip, the place is already flooded with garbage. And so, and that is flooded with commercial garbage, so they just throw down their garbage. So I remember the last time having to send a truck to clean up and it was several trips, and it was primarily commercial garbage and domestic garbage scattered with nothing in the skip, everything spread out on the probably 1/8 of an acre entering Mavis Bank.
All right. Thank you, Member Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will go to the point of enforcement.
Yes.
I listened clearly what the CEO was saying, but I want to add to the fact that the days of logbook and reading pen is long gone. We need to get with the time of IT, because businesses are registered and they have a yearly license that is renewable. And so we have to work with the TAD to get a comprehensive system in place, that you tie one thing with the next. Because we understand for example, a supermarket. We know the level of garbage that is generated by supermarkets. And so rather than asking, because I have questioned the situation on more than one occasion, and the NSWMA personnel will say to me that, oh, we will visit our establishment and we'll ask them what amount of garbage they would generate. Who is going to tell you, knowing very well that they have to pay for it? Mm-hmm. I am saying it is high time that we estimate the situation. Once a person is paying for it in advance, then he will be your enforcer. He will see to it that the garbage is picked up. He's not going to pay 2 times. So we need to do things like these, because the commercial garbage coming out of the establishment within the urban centers are one of the greatest amount. You drive down Barnett Street, for example, and the store, all the plastic, all the cardboards, they will just heap them up right on the pavement.
On the sidewalk, yeah.
And so the sweeper takes a longer time to sweep the area. The truck spend a lot more time plus more trips. And so we realize that the budget goes overboard, and they have to be coming back to us to ask more money from the FS to make the thing work.
Just a quick point, Chair. I just want to concur with Member Clark about the compliance issue, which is critical. But just for the record, Member Holness, perhaps she wasn't listening to the conversation at the beginning, where both Member Clark and myself indicated that the pile-up of the bulky waste is as a result of poor or absent garbage collection in many areas, particularly urban centers. So I just want to put that there. And secondly, to be quite frank, the National Solid Waste have a team that is supervising the collection throughout these areas. And it is their job. A member of parliament should have to be calling NSWA to tell them that garbage over there to collect. State agency must do their job. So I really take offense that I have the duty as MP to be calling Mr. Gordon to tell them that a garbage pile-up is over there. What's the role of the supervisory team on the ground? They are to keep the place clean, monitor it, and intervene when it's necessary. So I just want to put that there. Sure.
Remember though, my colleague, remember, once you become a member of parliament, you're not just a member of parliament, you're the doctor, the pharmacist, the garbage collector, you're everything. So if a constituent will call, it's because they think that you're the only one that they can reach. So you have to just do a little of it. Nothing wrong with that.
Member, please. I would... To the enforcement, though, I don't know, Mr. Gordon, if you could speak to the Ministry of National Security, because we have the Jamaica Eye now dealing with criminals, because it's a criminal action for commercial waste to be dumped, and see if you can log into their system to see if you can catch some of those persons for prosecution, because we have to find the ways. You might not get the resources to put enough enforcement officers, but we have to find creative ways in how it is that we try to catch some of these persons, because even in rural parishes, even in some of these off roads, these commercial entities dump their garbages at nights. You won't catch them because it's way at nights, but within the commercial area, you have the cameras. Some of the business persons are tied to each other tying in with the police, that we can catch them when they're carrying it out. We want to find out where it is that they're going to be dumping these garbages. So just a suggestion that you could try and see if there could be some collaboration in trying to capture some of these illegal activities happening with the commercial garbage.
Take your point, Chair, in terms of the support that we can get from technology. A lot of the challenge that we have to the Auditor General was clear when she addressed Parliament on the National Solid Waste Management Authority. The Act, being 20 plus years, as you know, is still without the critical supporting regulations to empower us. So we continue to take it pounded, and we don't quarrel, we don't come here and whine. But the truth is, a lot of what we are asked to do, we cannot do without the supporting regulations. And it's kind of a really embarrassment, if you ask, that after 20 years plus, we are still operating with that critical piece of our arm cut off. We would like to say, though, that we have a good spread of public cleansing inspectors across the island. And they are out there and they are doing their job. And a lot of what we respond to, a lot of the infractions, we would have them logged here before. But there are times when, there are things that will escape them because, they have wide areas to cover. And if something pops up, we rely to, as natural partners in the process, on the elected people who would get a lot of information from time to time. And we welcome those information when they are passed on. And we never see it as a diminishing of the role of the Member of Parliament. We more see it as enhancing the stature of the Member of Parliament so that the environment is safeguarded with their effort also.
Last question.
It's not really a question. Well, intertwined.
Go ahead, last.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the CEO. Whatever has happened to the idea of the transfer station? And the reason I ask the question, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that let's look at Westmoreland. Westmoreland is one of the larger parishes in the country. So when a truck would do the regular collection in the morning, that truck now travels all the way to St. James landfill. So is that truck can only do one trip per day? Is it that the transfer station is not feasible, or what really? I would really like to know. Is it going to work, or can it work?
Okay, Chairman, the member clerk is on to something. It's an idea whose time has long come. We should have this distributed across the island. We should have a transfer station to cut down on the drive time of the trucks. It would be a significant benefit to the environment, to the pollution of all this heavy diesel engine going through these town centers on a regular basis. The truth is that we have moved that conversation beyond just talk now, and the enterprise team that was appointed by Cabinet is actively looking at that spread of transfer facilities across the island as part of the solution. So before long, I'm sure Honorable Prime Minister will have something to say in that regard. As a member of the enterprise team, I'm very guarded in how I speak with regards to the enterprise team, because remember now that I am not the one who speak on behalf of the enterprise team. But Member Clark's point is well taken. It's an idea whose time has long.
All right, thank you. If there are no further questions, let me thank the PS and Mr. Gordon and his team and the team from the ministry for appearing.
I just want to make a last appeal on behalf of Mr. Gordon for the PS to give him some more money so he can do the public education program. I have a vested interest in that. I guess all of us. So PS, could you please make sure that the FS give you enough money for the next financial year?
Yeah. Thank you for qualifying, Sir Jackson.
All right, thank you, Madam PS. All right, members, we have here with us the PS Ministry of Transport and Mining. Welcome, Dr. Hales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so we'll give you a chance to do your opening remarks, and then we'll open up for questioning.
Okay, just quickly going through the team that is with me. To my left, I have the PFO, Mr. Richard DePass, and then to his immediate left,
Use the ministry voice.
We have Miss Tanya Bedward, the Senior Director of Transport Policy. We also have from the JUTC, Mr. Paul Abrams, the Managing Director of the JUTC, and he's accompanied by Georgia Redway and Marcia Hamilton. And from the Civil Aviation Authority, we have Mrs. Shian Pettigrew, Director of Finance, and Mr. Rohan Campbell, the Acting Director General of the JCAA. And then we have from the Port Security Corps, the Managing Director, the Zeta Taylor, and Mr. Headley O'Connor, Finance Manager. Just quickly, Mr. Chairman, I may have left out Mr. Timar Powell from the Ministry of Finance, from the Ministry of Transport and Mining as well, Director of Corporate Planning and Performance Monitoring. Just quickly, by way of summary, we had a total in the approved budget of 12.8 million net of AIA, and then we have a supplemental allocation of 1.579 million, primarily for the JCAA and the JUTC, and a capital allocation of 1.178 million to finance the purchase of the new buses for the JUTC. Most of the other changes are recurrent, relating to some payments and impact of minimum wage on security and janitorial services, and some externally funded projects from the UNDP and the EU. Basically, that's it by way of summary, Mr. Chairman.
That's it. All right, thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Hales? All right, this additional provision for fuel, I remember Mr. Abrams last time he was here, so that if he didn't get additional resources in November, he would be out of fuel. This total amount, Mr. Abrams, will now take care of your fuel bill going down to the end of the financial year?
Mr. Abrams, okay. Respond.
Chairman, there's a possibility that we will be short about 200 million. What we requested, we did not receive. However, we're going to have to manage very carefully to ensure that we can stretch this allocation to the end of the month.
So your request was for about 700 million, and you're receiving 500. What was the? Can you remind me of what what was approved in the budget for JUTC for fuel for the financial year?
Ms. Hamilton, Education. Chair, I'll have Ms. Hamilton, my DMD of Finance, respond to you. Okay.
Sure.
1.55 billion was allocated from the subvention of 5.5 billion for fuel. Our request for supplementary was for $1 billion.
For $1 billion?
Yes, and we have received 522 million.
So you're actually, and the increase that you're seeing, because you're basically rolling out half the fleet that you would normally, or a smaller fleet than the 300, 350 buses that you would. But your petrol bill, is this the effect of the increase in petrol?
Yes, 56% increase year on year.
56%?
Yes, year on year. That's
so,
the price, yeah.
So,
fuel price has gone up almost 50%. If you compare last year, September, to this year, September, that's a 56% increase in fuel price.
So, P.S., then if it is that the fare box is not able to carry it and they're getting 50% of the requests, we're going to have a look at the next supplementary too.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we may have to, but I must say that since this request was made, there has been a slight downward trend in fuel prices. So we are watching and monitoring, and if there needs to be an additional request, then we'll have to do so.
So you're saying that if luck is on your side, they won't need it?
Well, it's not really luck, but we do monitor market trends, and it's a budget, and if it goes the right way, yes, we are okay, but it could go the other way, and we might need additional resources.
The question was asked, Mr. Abrams, the last time about fuel theft, and I know that you have been putting in some systems, the filtration system to help you with efficiency and things. But with the age of the buses, I would imagine that it would consume more fuel than if you had a newer fleet. The question was asked about the percentage of fuel theft. You have any idea of what that is now, or has it been cauterized? Can you give us any information on that?
You know, as I have previously said, fuel theft at the JUTC is something that's been happening for the last 20 years. They have very innovative ways of stealing fuel. I'll just give you one, for example. We discovered the other day that what they do now is they will open the inspection plate and they will tie the float valve to make it look like it's full. So when the bus is leaving in the depot, the fuel gauge will register full. And then within an hour and a half, the bus is out of fuel. So what we've had to do now is to go through all the buses and reseal and come up with a system that they cannot get access to the fuel sending area. All of this is a critical administrative issue, because you don't have the time in the mornings or in the evenings to do all of those inspections when you're trying to get buses out to commuters. So what we're doing right now is we have done a chart in which we have looked at certain buses that seem to replicate themselves shutting down. And what we do now is we are targeting those buses, and we have seen a significant reduction in the buses that were running out of fuel prior. It's very hard to track something at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. It's extremely hard.
How many persons have we arrested for actions like that when you catch them?
We had an arrest just recently where the police cracked a ring, I should say. It was on TV, where the bus, apparently it's a very big ring. It's an extremely big ring. But the persons are still in jail awaiting court appearance. We've had a couple of successes prior to that. But it is very hard to track a bus and follow it all along the road through its route. to see that it continues on its route and remains on its schedule. Those are the nuances that we are battling with out there. And you have to understand that, sir, that there are 4 depots, and you're talking an operation that runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we are cognizant of what we have to do, and we are trying our utmost best to figure out. We are looking at a system right now, a system in which we want to test some buses with a system that records the massive drop in fuel after a selected burn rate and alert to us immediately. But we need to understand that the JUTC cannot monitor fuel theft with human control.
But there are some activities that has been proposed. One, the cameras on the buses, and 2, an electronic fare collection system. What's the status of those 2?
On the electronic fare collection system, just to say that the tender went out, the evaluation was done last week.
Repeat again? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
The tender was out, and the evaluation was completed by the ministry, I think last week. We are now waiting the report from the ministry as to who the chosen provider is. But
how long has that been on the table now? Because we've been hearing about it for a very long time.
Well, I think we're really at the end. We for the first time, possibly by January, February, we should start the implementation of a cashless system in the JUTC. And I think we're right on the doorsteps of it right now.
Well, I'm glad that we're coming to the end of it and hoping that you'll get the resources to purchase the system, because that's another thing. Because you can come to the end of it, and if you're not getting the resources, you're still back at square one. But disappointed that we know that a large number or percentage of your fare box goes to the pockets of others and not to the JUTC. And we have tinkered with this system or the proposal for a very long time. So, you know, when I hear you talk about the fuel, we talk about the fare box, and we have not yet put anything in place, or the resources to put anything in place. PS, it begs the question, how serious are we in really cauterizing some of these issues, seeing that we're asking taxpayers to spend nearly $8 billion of subvention to the JUTC this financial year? You know, and it's really a frustrating issue that we treat the JUTC, that when we have this, there was a strike on Monday, could not even fit in, because of the lack of buses or parts. And I'm sure that even most of the fare table went through the door because of the lack of that system on Monday. It's a serious thing, and that's why I asked you the last time, what is the ministry's plan in relation to the JUTC? Because we keep coming here and blaming management for not being able to. But if they don't get the tools to do it, then what is management to do?
Mr. Chairman, we did promise a comprehensive plan by the end of this year, so we are at an advanced stage with that now. In terms of the resources for the cashless system, fortunately, the kind of system that has been proposed and that we have just evaluated is not going to require large capital outlay from the JUTC, because it's similar to a point of sale system, so it is transaction based, and so the proponents of the system would be paid a small percentage of each transaction that goes through the system, and the back end and the servers and other things would not be at JUTC, so that saves us from the big capital outlay for the acquisition of the system.
So here's, you don't even have money for buy gas much less to go buy a cashless system now. So I am hoping that when that time comes, that the resources are there, because we have to cauterize it if we're going to, any at all, help to save the JUTC, because they need resources, and they're having buses going out and not collecting the fare box that is due to them. Then there's a problem. We're not arresting enough for stealing it, and we're still not collecting it. So there's a problem. Member Jackson.
Chairman, I wanted to be hopeful, but I can't. Two aspects, mainly the fuel issue. And what has brought it to the fore more than anything is the recent action out here in the streets with the taxi and minibus operators, where the public was held at ransom. I recall very much when the JUTC was conceptualized and implemented. It's to provide an adequate, reliable, and civilized urban transportation system. Not only because you want to provide comfort for the commuters, as important as that is, but it's recognized worldwide that an efficient urban transport system is critical to the social and economic life of every country. It's a social and economic infrastructure. Other things will flip on it. If people can't get to work on time, people can't get to work reliably, the whole country suffers, including those of us who drive. All of us suffer. That is how central this transport system is. Now, gasoline is critical to the buses being in operation. It can't be that you're relying on luck, as you mentioned.
No, it's the chairman.
Now, I turn to him, recognizing his comment. And the PS's response that is monitoring. This thing is a science. Those buses, you can calculate and project. Each of the bus must be able to determine their efficiency, their demand for maintenance. All of those things are reasonably predictable. It's not a hope thing. It's not a guess thing. It's a scientific exercise. Don't tell me that you don't have the competence or is prepared to acquire the competence that can enable you to make reasonable projections as to what amount of fuel on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, and on an annual basis, what you will require. So you don't get into the hoping. Because when you're hoping, the whole society, in this case the urban center, is just hanging on a string. That is what I got, Mr. Dr. Ailes, that made me uncomfortable. We passed that stage of hoping. The science is there. The competencies are there. If you don't have it, you can acquire it. So when I heard my lady told me about the what she got, what she asked for and what you get, if you don't get it, you're almost certain to the bus thing going to go down lower in performance. So that is one. The other one about the security issue. I know dishonest people always try to get ahead of the system. That's global. But the challenge of management is to either, one, keep up or go ahead of them. At the very least, you want to keep up with them. Whatever brilliant ideas, because those people are not dummies. But I want to hope that we are smart as them or smarter. Right? That we can match them to circumvent, or to minimize rather, the impact of the stealing. Because the end result of it is not just a wrong, it impacts on the quality of service that you can offer to the public. And I say to you, PS, the people in my constituency, not just my constituency, in Portmore, I raised it with the FS the other day when she was here. But now you are the person, because she can't solve that problem. To be honest with you, I told her that she shouldn't give you any money unless you come up with a credible program to finance, to deliver the service. But the responsibility for that does not lie with the FS. It lies with you to have a plan and a program that can deliver. You know the problem finally, Chairman? A good explanation for a problem don't solve it. While people suffer on a daily basis. If you come over in Portmore in the peak hours, morning and evenings, it is disastrous. That's the reality for real people. We're talking about in here is fine. Not so bad. But for people out there who have to experience it on a daily basis, it's terrible. And I don't sense any urgency, Chairman, that this is a matter of national priority, knowing how much hangs on it. The economy, everything, social life. I wonder people go to work so miserable and behave badly. Crime and violence in the society. No. People are angry from their experiences. And we don't want as a state to contribute to it by our negligence or failure. So let us do what we can do to mitigate that.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, may I?
Sure, go ahead, Doctor.
You know, to allude that we do not have the competence to project the amount of fuel that is required to run the bus. I think it's doing a disservice to the hardworking officers, both in the JUTC and in the ministry. It's not the amount of fuel that is the issue. What I was talking about was the cost of fuel. We don't have the competence to project that the Russians and the Saudis are going to get together and reduce oil production so that fuel price can go up. We don't have the competence to project what is going to happen to the supply chain as a result of whether it be pandemic or wars or things like that. So we make the best guess, we make the best estimate based on the figures that are available to us. We are not willingly pulling out numbers out of the air. We can make a good projection as to the fuel that will be demanded by the JUTC bus by virtue of the amount of passenger trips that the buses are projected to make. It is that simple piece of information, the number of passenger trips and kilometers, that virtually dictates everything about the budget that the JUTC would have planned for, including other things like maintenance cost and all of that. But to ask us, or the JUTC, to project accurately fuel price, and to say that the failure to do so is lack of competence, Mr. Chairman, I think is an unfair remark, and I'm not going to allow my officers to be subjected to that kind of.
Dr. Hills just finish and then you can. Dr. Hills finish and you can respond.
On a point of order, the answer is there to record. I said, if you don't have it, the competence, you can acquire it. I did not say you did not have it. That if you don't have it, you can get it. And if you get it, then you would have the numbers that you need to function in to then go to the Ministry of Finance to say this based on those numbers that you got. So it is inaccurate, Dr. Ailes, to make that comment.
Clarity taken. Member Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask humbly from you, from your chair, to the member, that the statement that was made, that it is because of the situation at JUTC why persons behave badly. It is not so. And all of us as Jamaicans must be responsible, very responsible for our own behavior, and not because of a situation that they must behave in a bad. And for quite some time, my colleague has been making some amount of excuse where that is concerned, and it should not be. And we must say to John Public, not because of a situation means that you must perpetrate lawlessness or misbehavior. Also, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Hill did mention that they are monitoring the situation. The whole phrase, the whole statement of monitoring means that some scientific evidence has to be in place for them to be monitoring the situation. So I still don't agree with my colleague in that aspect of it. To couple the situation, CEO Paul Abrams would have said that they have come up on a situation where the gasoline is being stolen. And so that plays a great part of the whole aspect of the usage of gasoline within the entity. And so that too have to take into consideration. But what I would like to ask, how hard it is to put the buses, the system, the entire entity on a tracking system to make sure that number 2 bus that plies from here to Greater Portmore goes from Halfway Tree to Greater Portmore and not downtown and Harbourview and then to Greater Portmore. That is...
Isn't there a tracking system, Mr. Abrams?
The current EFC system that has been tendered has a component for tracking and tracing. The back end of our operation does not really permit for us to have that in our current system. But that is one of the important things that I requested when we did develop our scope of work, ensure that tracking and tracing is one of the components that's adaptable to the system on the fare collection system.
Okay, thank you.
And just to say, Chair, just to look at some numbers, we budgeted fuel at $182.50.
Your budget fuel at?
182.50. And now we are spending $243.
But yeah, so the difference. No, and just in the conversation that has been had, it is my belief that the figure given to the ministry of what it is that you want from fuel would be on the premise that Dr. Hales mentioned, which is the amount of trips, the amount of fuel per trip, the lifespan of the bus, how many buses you're running out. So if it is that an agency makes a request, I would imagine it is on that basis that they would have calculated. So to say that they need another billion would be on the premise of what they expect to carry them through to the end of the financial year, right? So to give them 50% of what is requested, I don't believe that $500 million worth of fuel is being stolen. If it is, then we have a serious problem. So unless the permanent secretary is saying, or through the Ministry of Finance, that another supplementary budget will come and the additional amount required or what is required by that time will be given to the JUTC. But when Mr. Abrams came here a few months ago and he indicated that he would be running out of resources, seeing that he made an additional request and only getting 50% off, then we have to ask the question, where is the additional amounts coming from, if not in a supplementary budget? So it is a worthwhile question. And I understand, Dr. Hales, we can't assume what will happen globally. But there's a requirement that has been asked for and not granted. Hence the question of where is this additional resources coming from, if not from the fare table.
Can I?
Sure,
share?
please.
Just to add to fuel. Year to date, since April, we have spent $1 billion on fuel. And the losses, which include whatever theft we find, works out to $6 million, 0.6% of the total spent. And there is an industry amount of 0.5% for losses because you're dealing with liquid that can spill, which we are still within what is reasonable. Yes, we're still within that.
And you have spent, year to date, you have spent
$1 billion.
$1 billion.
Yes.
Of the 1.5, that's... Yeah.
And $6 million of that is total losses, whether it be from theft or spillage.
Okay, we'll be watching this one. Dr. Hales, so just to to finish up on that 1 billion additional to the JUTC, this 542 million for toll, is that to take care of the increase in no?
Yes,
Go ahead, man.
It's not for toll, it's for lubricants.
Oh, it says toll, it says...
yes, it says lubricants,
toll, and toll charges.
It said
So
lubricants
how much of that
and
is,
toll, but
how much of that is for toll?
None of it is for toll, it's for lubricants. But I think it was in that category that includes toll and tires.
Okay. So
but
this
it's for
is...
lubricants.
And we are spending more on lubricants because of the age of the buses, seeing that because of the age of the buses.
You
No, it's electric.
Go ahead.
You're working with a very old fleet, sir. And the program we have for El Hydro is that is part of the funding for El Hydro. But we also have a challenge with parts too, because just to let you know that we just got in on Friday gone, 3 containers ordered from June. And so we had planned to do a blitz on the weekend just to be derailed because of the strike that took place. So whereas we had earmarked units to go into repairs now, we had to pull them right back out just to try and suffice the demand that took place on us on Wednesday.
How many buses you have now that rolling out this morning?
200 availability is about 230.
And with the parts, about how many buses?
Well, what we are hoping to do is to increase the fleet by at least 260 now with these parts that have come.
By how many?
By about 260. We should have about 260 available buses based on these parts right now. If we had them Friday, we would have started to refit them, so we would have some room come next week. The problem is when you have to wait 5 months,
yeah,
and older units are just burning up the parts much quicker. And the funding is not.
For a comfortable seat count in the KMTR, about how many buses you actually need?
I would probably say, Chairman, the JUTC will need 385 buses that will be rolled out every day with an available figure of probably 425 to 435. That is adequately well. And we have to take that into consideration with the alternate form of transportation. Because there are people that will take the alternate form. So those people drop them to their doorsteps, you know. So it is my understanding from discussing with management that comfortable, we need 385. However, Chair, one of the biggest issues that we face right now is cycling.
Mm-hmm.
That is what is creating a challenge for the JUTC. When you're supposed to challenge from a halfway tree to Spanish Town and return 2 or 3 times for the evening peak, if you look at the boulevard right now, you're lucky if you can cycle twice. If you just look at boulevard, you see the yellow buses just lined up on the boulevard because they cannot get to Spanish Town lay-by offload pickup. So, and if you had a direct bus lane, you could cycle Spanish Town to halfway tree in 20 minutes if you had a direct bus lane without any interference.
But isn't there one on the boulevard?
It's like a 3rd lane now, sir.
Enforcement not there.
Yeah, it's like a 3rd lane now. But if you've got any public transportation worldwide, they have a dedicated bus lane.
Yeah.
Nobody goes in that. So if you can do that, you can cycle 15, 20 minutes in no time. You would get from Spanish Town halfway tree in 20 minutes. Because there's no interference.
Yeah.
Right now we're cycling maybe as much as an hour.
So in the mornings, how many trips a bus from Spanish Town makes?
We have no problem with morning peak because nobody is coming back in.
Okay.
The peak is when you come, when everybody, because
On
a lot
both
of
sides.
persons we find will, go with a friend on a trip, stuff like that. It's the influx of the 2 dormitories, Portmore and Spanish Town, that really create major challenges for us, because if you look at those 2, the buses just can't cycle. They just cannot cycle. They're just stuck in traffic. And that is one of the major things we're trying to figure out now by just placing buses out of the system into Halfway Tree and to downtown by themselves, so they don't have to make the run back from Spanish Town. So we will be able to just move towards a crowd. We'll just pull one of those buses and move the crowd. Because you see, in Halfway Tree now, the crowd just develops. In Portmore and Spanish Town, you can clean the center, and within 20 minutes, the center is full of people again. So we have decided now to take some buses and we're going to park in Halfway Tree area quietly. So when a unit takes off with a crowd, we just wait for a build-up, and then we pull one of those buses out of the system and takes care of the crowd. And remember, so we move hundreds of thousands of people in a matter of 2.5 hours. That is the challenge.
But the challenge you're going to have is that even with the 260 buses that with the parts that you will have, even when you add the 50 buses that you have acquired, you're still not up to the 380 that you actually, which is a minimum level for you.
I think.
And I would imagine that some of that 260 buses you really need to retire.
Not necessarily, so they need to be rehabbed. They're like 5 and 7 years old. They can survive a peak trip.
Yeah.
They can't survive an all-day operation. They can survive a peak trip, which is 6 o'clock in the morning till 8:30.
But not a whole
Take
day.
them off, bring them back in at 3:30, and pull them out by 7. So they're really going to do maybe 6 hours for the day. That's how you measure the fleet you have. And because you want your newer buses operating in the off-peak, but you want your older buses rested until the peak hours come in. Because that's when you're moving everybody. You're not moving anybody during the week, between the hours of 10 and 2, 3 o'clock. You're not moving anybody. It's just a service it's a public transportation service you're offering. Once 3 o'clock comes, you see what happens. Because once 2:30 comes, we have the children. So first operation is to move the children between 2:30 and 3:30, to move the children, and then we prepare for the adult rush starting at 4 o'clock, 4:30.
When do we expect these 50 buses to be included in the fleet?
Maybe the PS could.
The 50 new buses that we have $1 billion here for purchasing, the ones that have been announced on a few occasions.
Those have been ordered, they are being manufactured, and we are expecting shortly to get an indication from the manufacturer when we should send the technical team to go and look at them. We are expecting them to be shipped in January.
Okay, so it's not for the end of this calendar year as the minister had announced. It's more slightly next year.
Early next year, last quarter of this financial year. So.
Pierce, when the orders were made, usually I know when you give a purchase order, there's some delivery time that is projected or scheduled for the order to be filled. That takes into consideration manufacturing time. As you said, they are being manufactured. But the manufacturers will know how long it takes to manufacture 1 or 50 buses. So based on those given or available, was there any projected delivery time for those 50 buses?
Yes, the manufacturing time was 7 months. And we did the order in June thereabouts. We had some little hitches with respect to the initial payment in terms of how we administer it between ourselves and the Ministry of Finance. So it was a few days late, but nevertheless, I think we are on track for delivery in January.
So in June, the order was made, and you have a few days delay with the Ministry of Finance. 7 months out will take you in about February 2023. So your projected delivery time or receipt time is around February, March next year?
Well, based on how things are going, we are expecting to get them in January.
In January?
Of next year.
You say, why is when I asked you that in the FS?
Yes.
You said soon, and I don't understand those words like soon and shortly. Because those are variables depending on who you're talking to when.
True.
So I like dates, specific time. So February, March, by virtue of the 7 months, and as you are optimistic that you'll be even 1 month earlier in January.
Somewhere up there, yes.
So by your optimism, come February, Mr. Abrams' problem will be alleviated by the 50 buses. Or in a worst case situation in March.
Let us say by March, giving time to clear and do all the necessary. But that by March, you should have the buses
that is
running.
better.
Yes.
When people know what to look forward to.
Yes.
All right, thanks.
All right. Well, my final question to you, Dr. Hills, is not really with the budget, but by when do we expect that the promulgation of the full gamut of the Road Traffic Act and regulations to come into being?
We're expected to be early next year. It has been the subject of discussion at Cabinet. I don't want to release a date here, but it should be early next year, while some fixes are being done to the traffic ticket management system and the readiness of the Island Traffic Authority also is being worked on.
But you know what I find ironic in this instance is that we had a near 2-year delay of the debate and the act itself being passed. We knew that it was coming. 4 years, 4 years. We knew it was coming. Then why didn't we do these preparatory fixes to the Island Traffic Authority, the ticketing system beforehand? That now that we're 4 years or 4 years going into a 5th year later, we still have to delay it because we are not yet ready. I mean, that in itself is showing incompetence and a lack of foresight, because we keep hearing that this is going to be part of our fix for carnage on the road, because we're basically showing that we're not caring about it then, that it is going to be a fix for the lawlessness on the streets. But yet still we have it, we have passed it, both in the house, both houses, and we still can't bring it into being, and we're waiting until next year again because we have not put everything in place for it to be promulgated. That's really, that in itself, PS, is showing incompetence.
Mr. Chairman, it's a combination of factors, and maybe some incompetence could be a part of it too. But, you know, and sometimes some stakeholders don't understand their role in the gamut of activities that have to take place leading to this.
5 years, 4 years, PS. 4 years.
Procurement. Well, we had the regulations, and I think the bulk of the time during that 4 years was to put the regulations together. It's a complex set of documents, and it took a lot of work. But in the interim, as you were saying, some of what we should have been doing were subject to procurement delays, and in some cases, I must admit, we had instances where people either didn't follow instructions or misunderstood what they were supposed to do.
No, that in itself to give me no comfort. Because we have been asking, where is the public education? You still delay. And you have not even started a public education. And you are, by your words, early next year we should see some action in it being coming to fruition. So if you have not started that yet, then what we're going to wait until we say, all right, tomorrow we announce that it comes into being. Then we start the public education after. We have had 4 years. We know what the act was going to, what it is saying. We have an idea of what the regulations were going to be. Yeah? But yet still, we come here now to say that we are still not, we still don't have certain things in place. Let me ask on behalf of the committee, can we just get an update then? You don't have to give it to us now on where it is that we are with the Island Traffic Authority, with the ticketing system, and all the other components, because you have investors who have invested in these camera systems that the Act itself gives us protection, that have invested for years and sitting down there and can't even use it because of the incompetence again of putting this thing out and getting it into being. It's a disappointment, and it disappoints me when I hear that others saying that that is our savior, and we are still tinkering with it. No, man, this is unacceptable.
Chairman, you touched on something that I want to, in that preparation, Dr. Ills, I happen to have sat on the Joint Select Committee that considered that bill. And there are some dramatic changes that are coming in terms of offenses and penalties. There was a consensus on the committee that because those changes are so far-reaching, it was imperative that a massive public education program precedes the coming into being of the Act. Because there's an axiom in law that says ignorance is no excuse. But it would be irresponsible of us as a country to impose these requirements, change what they used to be, and we do not inform the public so that they can become knowledgeable and not ignorant anymore, not to break the law and to be aware of what the consequences would be if they break the law. We all agreed on that across both sides of the political aisle in the committee. And when the report and the bill came to the House, there was a consensus across the aisle about the imperative of the public education. And the Minister of Transport gave that undertaking to the House. And, you know, it's not very encouraging. Because you know what happened? Why this means a lot to all of us as MPs? When the law takes effect and the people don't know them and them see this draconian, appear to be draconian penalties and so forth, will we them coming to? They're not coming to you, you know. They're coming to us. And then the state will then appear as being grossly unfair to them. And it would appear so without them being adequately educated.
Agreed, Mr. Chairman, agreed, member. We did suffer some setbacks, budgetary, during the pandemic when we had some budget cuts. But we have identified funds, and I assure you the public education program is underway. We identified some funds that Mr. Hare from the director of the ITA has proposed that we spend, and I have given approval. We are also going to be working with the OPM, the information arm of the OPM, and we do have a team working on it to get this public education going in earnest. And we are not lost on the scale of the public education that is required. So we are throwing the resources into it, and we are doing it in earnest. Yes, it's somewhat late, but we are responding.
You know, Dr. Hayes, you have confirmed to me why the Standing Finance Committee of Parliament is a farce and a joke, because I remember sitting in that Standing Finance and mentioning that the budget for the public education for the ministry itself was inadequate because it's the same amount that you're getting every year and you have this to do. And road safety department, and was told that it is okay. And you're coming now to say that there's no budget there for it. You're confirming what my thoughts were on it. Yeah? All right. Members, are there any other questions?
Just want to addendum to that thing about the public education. As urgent as it is for the act to come in effect, in force, P.S., I would rather we delay the coming into being of the act until you provide sufficient period of public education. I hate to know some inherently innocent people become victims.
Because of ignorance.
Because of tardiness.
Yeah, meaning ignorance to the law. All right. Thank you, Dr. Hills and Mr. Abrams and the team from the ministry. Have a pleasant good afternoon.
Chair. Just to respond on some of the earlier questions and to correct some information on the gas relief, the applications is actually 11,120. 120 at end September. That's the applications. That's the actual applications.
So the total application has been 11,120. How many of that have been approved?
7,166. So some of that payment is still taking place.
Yeah. Madam FS, because when I look at the numbers of those who benefited from the COVID grant, the earlier offerings, it was about 40% of the total amount of persons who are actually licensed carriage holders that actually benefited from it, more than the amount that got applied. But there seems to be an issue with the system. And why I say that, well, there seems to be an issue. And I remember the last time when we had the Ministry of Transport here. We know that it's administered by Ministry of Finance, but there's no joint effort really with the ministry. I know that the information has to be provided from the Transport Authority, and there seems to be some issue either with the information coming from them or the uploading of the information, because one of the complaints out there are persons who actually renewed their license. When they put in that information in the system, it comes back that they have not yet still been approved. So there seems to be some issue with either the uploading or what. Hence why you're getting that small amount of applications compared, because there are 37,000, nearly 40,000 licensed operators, and we are talking about the PPV.
All right, so I'm not aware of the problem you're mentioning. I know we had done some checks and we were able to resolve some issues, and therefore that's what led to the higher level of applications, but we will make some further checks.
There is, because even with e-learning, no, it's not your, even though right now we're trying to upload even students' registrations number, which has been provided to well, I can speak of my office, by the schools. And when we're uploading it, it is telling us that these students don't exist. So I can relate to what these operators are saying. So that's why I'm saying just some further check. Because if you have 37,000 operators and you have only 11,000, and a lot of them say just bounce them off because once they put in all the information, it's easy to put in, but it's just not accepting them and it's bouncing them out of the system. And if you have so many and they claim they want it, and you have so few applicants, then there must be a challenge out there. So just really to find out exactly what, and I would suggest having the Ministry of Transport reaching out to the various organizations on what are some of the issues that they are facing that can probably help the information that you have in dealing with some of the challenges that they're having. All right.
Okay, sir. On the energy copay, the monthly payment was over 500,000. The actual number of persons was just under 500,000, approximately 485, 86. Yeah.
That benefited from the copay.
Yes.
And I would imagine that each month for the period would have been probably the same set of persons each month.
The bulk of them would probably have been the same.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Byrne.
Morning, Chairman.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
I know you have been here from morning.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
You know how these committee meetings, especially in dealing with the supplementary estimates. But thank you for being here and still remaining here, and to welcome your team. We'll allow you to do your opening remarks, and then we'll open to questioning.
So good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. Good morning, colleagues. Today, the Ministry of Health and Wellness sits, and we will welcome your questions. Joining me is the team from the Ministry. I'll allow them to introduce themselves, starting with the PFO.
Donovan Davis.
Position?
Principal Finance Officer.
Thank you.
Karen Webster Carr, Acting Chief Medical Officer.
Errol Green, Regional Director, Southeast Regional Health Authority.
Good afternoon. Fabia Lam, Regional Director, Northeast Regional Health Authority.
Good afternoon. Michael Bent, Regional Director, Southern Regional Health Authority.
Good afternoon. St. Andrade, St. Western Regional Health Authority.
Good afternoon. Stacey Ann Steele, Corporate Secretary, Legal Officer, Southeast Regional Health Authority.
Sorry, I have to step over to this mic. Howard Lynch, good afternoon. Acting Chief Technical Director, Policy Planning and Development, Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Good afternoon. Sophia Moody Reid, Southeast Regional Health Authority, Director of Finance and Accounts.
Good afternoon. Michelle Davis, Acting Director of Budgets, Ministry of Health and Wellness.
So, Chair, we're open for questions. I will forego opening comments if that's okay.
If that's your choice.
Yeah.
Members, the PS, we can now ask questions of the ministry.
I made a sort of a remark just before you handed over to the PS that he would tell us how healthy the country is. But I realized he didn't take me up on that, which I know he heard. He never took me up on that. But I will take that to mean that he wants to say that it's very healthy. And then we'll find out how healthy that is in a few questions. Just a bit of update, PS. The biggest challenge we have had in recent times in the country, health-wise, is the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think by all accounts, it has substantially subsided. Not gone, but substantially subsided. And in the waning period of COVID-19, then we heard of monkeypox. Could you give us a sense of where we are with both the decline in COVID and where we are with monkeypox? And the context in which I raised that in this sitting is that much of your allocation are to deal with some expenses coming out of COVID, and I want to get where any demand, probably unbudgeted, for monkeypox disease. That's one thing. Another question is that a substantial amount of the allocation for you is for arrears incurred during the COVID-19 period. So my question and that latter question, my question to that latter question is, all of these arrears, roughly how old they are, right? Is it a carryover from last fiscal into this? And in the current one, we are at how much months now? 3 from 8 months into the current fiscal year, 7, 8. Where we are with that? Those are my 2 sets of questions.
All right, thank you very much. Through you, Chairman, thank you very much, Member. So I will start with the second question, and then I will turn the answers for the first question over to the Chief Medical Officer acting, and she will take you through some numbers and also give you a status update as to where we are with monkeypox. Now, in terms of the arrears, in April of this year, we received an allocation from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to treat with expenditure that occurred in the previous financial year, but were over 90 days in our arrears stock. That the reflection that you're seeing in the allocation in the supplementary is to address for that initial allocation of $1 billion that we received in April of this year. And so, utilizing those funds, we addressed our 90 days and above arrears, and that amount was distributed to the regional health authorities to a large extent. And that was to deal with the inescapables that had, in terms of security, in terms of portering, in terms of food and drink, those issues relating to the operation of health facilities, and the fact that we were accruing a significant number of arrears 90 days and above. And so in conversation with the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, we were provided in April an additional $1 billion, which was utilized to clear a significant portion of the 90-day arrears. Over the past 7 or 8 months, what the Ministry of Health and Wellness has done as its fiduciary responsibility for the regional health authorities is that we have had monthly analysis of the 90-day arrears pattern within the regions. And so we have come to a place now where our 90-day is significantly less. I won't tell you that it's eliminated, but it's significantly less. We do have some carryover because of the issues that we are having with adjustments to the security contracts, security firms for the provision of security services in the health facilities. We are one of the largest contractors for that particular service point. And so we are in active conversation to deal with the issues that arise from the adjustments in the minimum wage that has impacted the contracts that we have with the security firms, as well as some of the other services like portering that have been impacted by that adjustment. Also, we are addressing other issues that arise from the arrangements under those contracts with security firms. Once we have concluded our negotiations on some of the rates with our security firms, we already have provisions for the closing out of some of those costs, especially in the Southeast Regional Health Authority. We do have a portion of payments still residual to be made to some of the security firms for adjustments in the security contracts.
Just a bit of clarification here about to say, Dr. Bryan. You said significantly. I'm usually not so, don't like those significant, early, soon. Any idea of duration, period, when, how much over, sorry? You said $1 billion significantly reduced the arrears coming over from the last fiscal. So you have some carryovers. And anything carry over from last year would be at least about 7 months old, far beyond the 90 days.
Not necessarily. So there's a conversation that we're having in the Ministry of Health and Wellness around how do we manage, because there are two different accounting practices that we have. So the regions do accrual accounting and we do cash accounting. And there's a little bit of balancing that we have to do between the two entities in terms of how do we report and how do we capture arrears and expenditure in reporting. So we're balancing through that. But recall, member, that the finalization of our budget numbers usually occur by the end of this month, November.
October, November.
And then those numbers transition to a finalized budget in February when it is as passed, as tabled and as passed. When we move now into April, some of the information that we have in April it impacts what we have decided that was the budget ceiling in November. Now, that's not a Ministry of Finance issue. This is an internal organization of our cash management inside the Ministry of Health and Wellness to reflect more on that. So what we find is that when we come to April, there is a huge call from the regions because they are accruing for April in terms of how they manage those resources beginning of the financial year in April. So what hit us this April was that there were quite a number of bills that were accruing from the region that came over into the new financial year.
Well, a question in that, with the security contracts, which you know is a big thing across the country. And as you mentioned, you are one of the largest contracting parties for those services. Can I take it that the negotiations that are being done now will be in keeping with the court ruling recently?
No. The negotiations that are being done now are around the adjustments to the rates for the adjustments to minimum wage. The conversation around the impact of the court ruling are still ongoing, and we don't know at this point in time where we will land there. Several conversations are happening, member, and where we are in the Ministry of Health and Wellness is to ensure that once we begin to get the claims for the amendment to the contracts,
existing contracts,
that we are in a position to validate some of the claims that will be made. Right now, in the public domain, as I understand it, there's a proffering of a rate of 50%. Based on our analysis of how we see the implication of the court ruling, we are not at 50%. But again, it's a contract negotiation.
You're not at less than?
We believe it's less than 50%. But it's a contract negotiation. And therefore, I don't necessarily want to impact that negotiation. And we're looking forward to the submission from the security firms in that regard.
The monkey pox.
So I'll turn over to who is better able, the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Webster Carr.
Thank you. respect to COVID-19, since we have had community transmission, we have had 5 waves of COVID-19. The 5th wave completed or petered off around October, meaning that we are seeing about 115, 120 cases per week. The positivity rate over that period has been less than 5%. Last week, it was 2.6%. So we are seeing a decrease in cases in positivity. So it reflects a true decrease in cases, not just we are not testing. And so this is where we are with overall, as of the 15th of November, the cumulative total cases were 152,517 with 3,399 deaths. That's a cumulative. With respect to monkeypox, we have, since July, have had 16 cases of monkeypox, 2 of which were imported, the others were locally acquired. 15 males and 1 female. We are currently only 1 active case, 2 active cases, sorry. There were no new cases last week. And so far for this week, we have no new cases for monkeypox. So, yeah.
So with those numbers, it would appear to me as a non-medical person that you don't have a crisis or a looming crisis with monkeypox then. 16 cases altogether reported.
Right, so with one monkeypox case, the case investigation and the contact tracing is quite intense. So and persons will need to be followed for at least 4 weeks or till their scabs are, so it means the public health system has to visit these homes, because most of them have been fortunately isolated at home, and we'll have to do that visit. And it means that we will have to find all their contacts and make sure we quarantine, and we'd have to manage those persons in quarantine as well as those in isolation.
What is the level of vaccination for
COVID-19?
And monkeypox?
Well, for COVID-19, our coverage as of the 15th, 27.1% would have 27 would have completed their vaccination, and 30.7% of the total population would have had at least 1 dose.
30 how much?
30.7%.
So we are really lucky with the low vaccination level compared to what I've heard from other countries that are much, much higher in an attempt to combat. For us to have the level of reduction that you mentioned earlier on, with this low level of full vaccination, 30%, full vaccination 27%, partial 37.7%, we are really lucky. Would you say so?
I wouldn't say so.
Oh, I say so as a layman.
Because what COVID has showed us, the amount of persons, the morbidity and the mortality related to COVID-19. So 3,400 almost persons have died directly related to COVID that we know of. There are some deaths that we would not know of. Maybe because we have had excess deaths during the COVID time, right? So, and what is also showing, the unvaccinated were 95% of our deaths, you know? So with the opportunity, those who had opportunity for vaccination. So it has cost us a lot.
3,400 is a lot of people over that period of time. You mentioned about the increased deaths. What percentage of increased deaths there are over what the normal or nominal death level would have been, including or excluding those that are attributed to COVID? If you don't have it right now, doctor, you can provide it after.
So when we look at the excess deaths, we only have data for 2020 and 2021 because this, to calculate the excess deaths, we have to get it from RGD, and usually it's 15 months later that we get the full.
15 months?
Yes, because we get it, the final report. We'll get a preliminary in 3 to 4 months after the completion of the year, and then the final report the following year, about March, April. And when we did this, the analysis, it showed excess deaths in September, October, December 2020, and it's a statistical calculation that we use, not really percentage, yeah. And February, March, April, May, August, September, October of 2021.
That's the period that you got the excess debt to cover?
Yeah, so those are the months of the year during the COVID-19 pandemic period that we have gotten data for and so able to calculate and determine which months had excess deaths.
Well, I asked the question really to get an idea for comparison in terms of shift or variance. So for that period, the February to October period you mentioned of, do you have any data to give an appreciation for the magnitude of that excess?
Okay, so I would have to get back to you on that because I don't have the figures. We use it to calculate, we don't have the figures like how you're asking.
You can submit it after.
Okay, yes, sir.
I just want to go back to the supplementary estimates of an additional 4.6 billion for delivery of health services. There is a salary shortfall for the Southern Regional of 1 billion, Western Regional of 500 million. The other regions are okay, or they are still having, or do they have a shortfall too?
So, thank you, Chairman. So, we're on 42,004 for my colleagues here. So the provision here is to address the shortfall in the southern region. So an allocation of $1 billion was provided, and also for the Western Regional Health Authority. No. And this is to deal with a sort of miscalculation that was done on salaries. And what we are correcting here is the provision that was made in the as passed, and the fact that our salaries amount going from into the last quarter of the financial year would not cover the amounts that were contemplated in the as passed. Understand?
No, not quite.
All right. So when we presented the budget in November of 2021, right? When we presented budget in 2021, there was a shortfall in the 21 for these two ministries, these two health departments. That shortfall would impact the last quarter of the financial year. We brought
of the last financial year.
Of this financial year.
Of this financial.
Yes.
Okay.
So the shortfall would not allow the regions to provide salaries for all the staff within the Southern Regional and Western Regional Health Authority. We had a discussion with the Ministry of Finance around the calculations, and we came to an agreement on the calculations that there would have to be a provision in the supplementary to cover the cost for salaries, the compensation for the Southern Regional Health Authority and the Western Regional Health Authority to ensure that the last quarter was covered. And so this is the provision to cover the salaries in those 2 months.
This over 90 days of arrears, and I know that discussion has taken place.
Yes.
But which of the region has the largest chunk? How is this dealt with?
So the largest chunk is for the Southeast Regional Health Authority, which is our largest region. And they have the lion's share of contracts and commitments for payment. I don't know, Mr. Green, I don't know if you want to speak to it or you're good. All right. So the Southeast Regional Health Authority is the region that has the lion's share of approximately 60% of what we were provided for 90-day arrears.
So even though this 1 billion is, and I know you said earlier that it will take care of the majority of what is owed over 90 days, but what is your cash flow looking like now in dealing with just arrears overall?
Right. So part of the challenge that in terms of our cash management, the regions were approaching cash management from a 1 in 12, meaning that they would take whatever they got into the budget and split it into 12 equal parts. The discussion from the Ministry of Health and Wellness was that cash management is not that what do you call it now, linear. There has to be some analysis in each month. And so what we negotiated with the regions was that they should provide in the warrant request what the true costs were for operations in the region, and that the inescapable should arise at the very top of their expenditure request, for the cash request for that month. And so what we have been doing is to manage the cash flow with that new approach of asking for exactly what the cash flow looks like, ensuring that we meet all our debt in terms of arrears, and ensuring that we address any issues that would not allow us to accumulate further debt. So overall, we have been employing that strategy, and we have been seeing significant success in employing that type of cash management approach. We're not saying that we have overcome all of it, because as I said before, we still have some arrears that are pending for security firms and other suppliers in the market. But to a large extent, we have had a significant dent. Significant meaning over 70% of our 90-day has been eliminated. 90 and over have been eliminated. We do have, as I said before, some residual payments.
What has happened, because I know we have had you here before, basically trumping that you're holding within your 90-day. So seeing that you're now struggling to deal with 90 days and over, what has happened, over the period that has really brought you that you're not able to manage within the 90 days?
No, it's okay. There are several issues that affect 90 days.
Mm-hmm.
Say, for example, the security contracts. In order for the regions to pay a security contract, there has to be validation and verification of the actual invoice that is before them. In many instances, there's a back and forth between the supplier and the region around the veracity of some of the information that is on the invoices. We are being charged for security provision for old age homes. We are being charged for security provision at gas stations. And that is because the actual supplier has their own issue with their invoicing. Once there's an error on any invoice, our financial management systems doesn't allow us to pay partial invoice in that way, right? So we have to validate the entire invoice. And that process of back and forth does add a lot of time component to that 90-day. And so what I can tell you is some of the issues that we're having for the composite of arrears that we carry over 90 days is because of those discrepancies. The other issues that affect us for the 90-day is the fact that some of these invoices are accrued in the parishes, at the outstations, in the health centers. And by the time they get all the way to the central payment point, we're at 90 days. Because there are some issues that
pushing paper and not electronically.
Right, because a lot of the payment systems at the parish level, at the health center level, are still very manual. And so we have made a decision strategically in the ministry, and most of the regions have moved aggressively to have this done, where we are moving to an electronic system to computerize our payment systems to reduce the amount of time transactions move from the field to actual payment point. So those are some of the challenges. I can tell you that when I get the 90-day report, you may have one or two invoices that are 10 days last week, but become 90 days this week. So there are different challenges that present for that.
Right. Same page 42,004. The provision of pharmaceutical and medical supplies. This is facilitated over 90 days in relation to NHF. So this is payment that the ministry owes.
National Health Fund, yes.
National Health Fund.
Yes.
And what this additional $2 billion will take care of what percentage of your 90-day and over?
So we currently
Because I hope you treat them the same way that you treat outside suppliers.
So they are, and I want to be true to the record, sir. We have had a long-standing conversation with the National Health Fund around the payment of pharmaceuticals, right? Again, they run a accrual system, we run a cash system. And they accrue their debt across financial years. So if you ask NHF, we owe them $8 billion.
How much?
$8 billion.
$8 billion.
$8 billion. For this financial year, our accrued debt to NHF at this point in time is approximately $2 billion. So this provision that we have in the supplementary for this year will clear our debt to NHF for this financial year.
So what happened to the balance?
That's a conversation we are continuing to have around how do we resolve this balance. And it's a conversation that we will be having as we prepare for fiscal year
FS is here.
2020. Yeah, but I don't want to precede the conversation that we'll have because there are multiple moving parts.
So you're basically saying to the FS that you're coming to see her?
Well, we come to see them. We come to see
no,
we come to see every year.
Seriously though, because we rely so heavily on the NHF. And we saw it in the middle of the pandemic that we rely heavily on them. And because of the ministry's cash flow, you rely even more heavily on them to finance it up front and supply. And if it is that there's $8 billion that is owed to the NHF, then there needs to be a way in how it is going to be paid.
Sure.
Yeah?
Chairman,
and its own functions, yes.
Yeah, and Chairman, we are seized with this priority, and it is a conversation because, as I said before, there are different parameters that have to be considered when we try to look at this the settling of these expenses, right? And I don't want to necessarily preempt all of the variables that go into that conversation here. We do intend to, in our proposal, in my budget memorandum for fiscal year 2023-2024, we do want to position a solution to this challenge. And we are going to see how we can negotiate with the Ministry of Finance on how do we clear this particular
over fiscal year. What is generally the spend with the NHF?
Well,
because here this $2 billion is bringing your allocation to $12.6 billion.
And this is part of the conversation that we need to have, because the arrears with NHF is a function of a wider problem that we're having with non-communicable diseases. And the rate of provision of pharmaceuticals to the population that is becoming sicker over time. Over the last 3 years that I've been in this seat, NHF's budget has moved, budget ask has moved from $6 billion to $12 billion. So that's a 100% increase in 3 years and counting. The reality is that when we look at the rate of usage in the pharmacies and the increase in access that has been created because of how we are managing the provision of healthcare through the NHF system of pharmacies, we are seeing this ballooning of health needs because the population is getting sicker and sicker. The rates, when we look at the rates of 1 in 2 persons are obese. When you look at the number of persons that have diabetes, the number of persons hypertensive, all of those indicators are a clear sign of an ever increasing demand on our pharmaceutical provision. The conversation is what can we finance? Because when we now look at the VEN list of all the drugs that have to be supported by NHF and what those drugs backstop, your cancer drugs, your drugs for diabetes, hypertension, etc. All of those drugs, by virtue of volume and then also by virtue of the movement in the market for drugs, are impacting on what we're seeing in the budget. There has to be a conversation, a real conversation as to what can we afford. And that now is a policy conversation that will have to occur at a different level from myself and the Financial Secretary.
Mr. Brian, I mean, you're talking about one government entity to another. I mean, it shouldn't take us too long to sort out that and I mean, just even that $8 billion what you're talking about.
No, but
so I would expect that there would be some urgency in that, especially seeing the cost.
Yeah, and there is urgency, and that's the point I'm making. But it's a conversation that we have to have technically in terms of what do we provide in terms of services, and then what can we afford in terms of services. But it is a conversation because every specialist doctor is going to want to see his or her drugs on the VEN list for provision. The question now is, what do you remove? What do you remove? And what is the implication of removing that drug from the VEN list?
Okay.
Because it's either of two options we have. Expand the budget to meet the needs, or begin to have a hard conversation about what are the realities of what we can afford.
Okay. Just for my own knowledge, the financing of the NHF, where do they get the bulk of their resources from?
The bulk of their resources come from the NIS. Mr. Lynch, you want to help me with this one?
Okay, Pierce. From NIS contributions, and sin taxes.
And which one?
Sins. Well, taxes on alcohol.
Oh,
sin taxes,
okay.
yes.
And some people enjoy those things.
But we have to
Yes.
make the distinction, though, Mr. Chairman, that is for the NHF's core business.
Yes.
The other matter is from the consolidated fund, the pharmaceutical budget, that is.
Or the pharmaceutical budget comes from the consolidated
Yes.
fund.
So it's two things that the NHF does. They have their core business, which is the NHF card where they provide the subsidy.
Yes.
That is funded through the NIS contributions and the taxes. Sorry. While the NHF operates the public pharmacies in the public hospitals, that funding comes from the right. So it's part of the MOH budget.
Okay.
Could you just, again, for information, could you give what's the ratio like between the two funding sources?
Come again, one more time for the question, member.
The NHF fund budget, it comes from the sin tax and from the consolidated fund.
NIS.
And there's a portion, a percentage of the NIS that
NIS.
also.
Yeah, NIS.
Yeah, just give a rough ratio.
Yeah.
You have a strong voice, man. Yes.
You have to hold
don't
on
have it, you don't
because Hansard needs to hear.
No, he doesn't have it. No, he said it.
All right. All right. This reallocation of this 3.2 billion from the COVID-19 response. They know that COVID is not as prevalent as it used to be. But the question, really, this amount, the balance of 2.7, will be able to finance the COVID response operation going down to the end of the financial year?
So a majority of the savings that we are reflecting in the supplementary comes from the provisions that we made for vaccines to a large extent, and the projected expenditure for purchase of vaccines. To a large extent, most of our vaccines, 90% of our vaccines that we have in country have been provided through donations from bilateral or through COVAX, the donations that we have received. So we have not had to make that expenditure for vaccines. Okay. And so what we have discussed with the Ministry of Finance is a reallocation of those funds to activities in the budget that we believe are necessary for the final 2 quarters of the financial year.
Follow up to that, Chairman. I saw in the newspaper recently, I think it's the St. Joseph's COVID vaccination center being closed. How much of your existing sites you are phasing out now, based upon the reduction?
I'll have to come back to you on that. But what we're doing, the strategy that we're employing now is the integration of COVID into the routine operation of our health facilities. So we are now beginning to integrate COVID into our operations in a way that if you need your vaccines, your health centers are there available during the regular times.
Just on that, because and this comes down to operation. The persons who wants to be admitted to hospital or, and having to take a COVID test before admitted, unless I know that some, in many instances, is really like the private wing, like Tony Thwaites, but yet still trying to get a COVID test, which is a PCR, and still having to wait, some time before getting the results. Seeing that we had invested in our own testing mechanisms or machines, what would cause, since we don't have that bulk of testing being done as before, what would create that delay in getting the results? I mean, up to a day, 2 days in getting the results. I mean, I'm just speaking from experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Chair, I'm not sure why there should be delayed, because the facilities are there, but that's a particular institution. What I'm aware of, we still have the 24 to 48-hour turnaround time, and in the public health system, the antigen test is being done for persons who come in. So if that's negative, then it may go on to PCR, but if it's positive, we know it's truly positive, or more likely truly positive.
Okay.
So we're not managing public health public patients like that. Over.
All right. Members, are there any other questions? None? All right. Mr. Bryan and your team, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too, sir. Madam PS, Mrs. Palmer. We are now at the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Palmer. All right, so we'll allow you to make your opening comments and then we'll go straight into the questioning.
By way of comments, I'll introduce the team with me here in this meeting room. Are the PFO, Mr. Richard Fonseca, sitting next to me, and beside him is my Principal Director for Technology, Mrs. Kadian Smith-Newton. Joining us elsewhere is Mr. Daniel Dawes, the head of USF. And I don't know if he has his team with him. He could speak if that is so. And is CTD on still?
No.
No. So that's our team, sir, and we are here to take your comments, questions.
Okay,
Mr. Dawes is gone.
All right. We'll just open up to questions. So, Member Jackson.
I just have two questions. One is more just for information. The return of that license, Mrs. Palmer.
Yes, sir.
Could you just update or remind which of the license that was you're refunding on that was granted?
700 megahertz. Okay, it's a 700 megahertz spectrum license. That was granted to Symbiote. That was granted to Symbiote. 20.
Oh, that one.
It is. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm aware of the background to that one. And just lastly, the Universal Service Fund.
Yeah.
There's no, well, it is doing a number of things as is set out here. But going forward, Mrs. Palmer, it is my understanding that based upon the usage of free calls internationally, there is a reduction in the revenue flow for the Universal Service Fund to do much of what it does. And in a way, you can say I'm doing a little lobbying here for the Universal Service Fund in terms of the free Wi-Fi access points that it creates. Mr. Dawes tells me that he's ready to do a lot more if he's properly or sufficiently resourced. Going forward, Ms. Palmer, any plans or any contemplations into how to increase or at least preserve the revenue flow from that surcharge on the international calls, which is the source of funding for the Universal Service Fund? I would love your comments on that.
Chairman, to you, member, the facts are there is declining revenue from international calls. As we all know, everyone moves now to using data. And so it is a reality for some years now that the revenue for the USF has been on the decline. The mandate was given to the board by the minister, last minister and this minister, that they should explore other opportunities for earnings for the Universal Service Fund. And to the extent that representation is made, they are being supported from the consolidated fund.
As you said, that present and previous minister had given that mandate to the Universal Service Fund. Indeed, some time would have passed. Are we reaching any conclusive point in terms of that are those alternative source? Granted, what you said is very true, that the shift is from the line, the call, overseas call to data. So data would seem like the obvious other option to source additional revenue. But in other words, Madam Pierce, I want us to come up with some solution before we reach the edge of the precipice.
Yes, and that's what we're about, sir. So we are exploring opportunities. We are yet to receive a proposal from the board, but we will be taking it as we go. We're not going to wait until it's all out of funds.
All right, any other questions for the Permanent Secretary? If not, Madam Permanent Secretary, thank you very much. Thanks for your patience. And have a good afternoon, ma'am, to yourself and the team.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Sir PS, Mr. Courtney Williams, welcome. Yourself and the team from the Ministry of National Security. So we'll allow you to start with your opening statement, and then we can move right into the questions.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. By way of introduction, to my immediate left is Ms. Roseanne Phillips, the Acting Principal Finance Officer in the Ministry. And to her left is Mr. Michael Montague, Senior Director of Budget in the Department of Correctional Services. We'll be joined in another minute by some representatives from the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Mr. Chair, just permit me to, in the last few days, there have been some amount of miscommunication, maybe misunderstanding, whether deliberately or otherwise. So before we get into the deeper matter of the details of the supplementary, I just want to provide some clarification. Firstly, looking at the Ministry of National Security's overall budget, in 21-22, we had an overall budget of 96.2 billion. Parliament in March approved an increase from that 96.2 to 99.4. And in these supplementary estimates, a further increase to 104.7 billion. So overall, these supplementary estimates versus what was approved in March is a $5.3 billion increase to national security. That's about 5.3%. And relative to the previous fiscal year, it's an $8.5 billion increase, almost 9% increase in the budget of national security for these supplementary estimates compared to last year. Now, the breakdown between the capital and recurrent shows that the recurrent budget increased by 6.5% over what was approved in March. So there's a $6 billion increase in these supplementary estimates for the recurrent, whereas the capital has reduced by $695 million. I'll speak first to the capital budget.
Repeat that last part on the capital.
The capital is reduced by $695 million compared to what was approved in March. But with respect to the capital, the amount that was approved back in March was approximately $7 billion, $6.97 billion. I've provided a one-pager to members of the committee to actually aid the understanding of the situation with the capital. Now, of the $6.97 billion budget, 2.7, there are 5 broad projects that make up the capital budget. 2.7 billion of that is for ships and coastal surveillance for the JDF. That's almost 40% of the capital budget for that project. After that, there's a cybersecurity project, which comprises 32% of the capital budget. So between those two projects, we're talking about 72% of the capital budget amongst those two projects. And from what I just circulated, you'll see the breakdown for the other projects. The security strengthening project, 1 billion or 14%, and we have the construction of the Westmoreland Divisional Headquarters for 700 million, and that's 10%. And autopsy suite, 319 million was allocated, and that's 5%. So that make up the capital budget for the ministry. Now, up to the 10th of November, we would have expended 1.27 billion, or 18% of the capital budget. Now, let's break this down. You'll recall I said 2 projects make up 71% of the budget. The ships for the Jamaica Defense Force and the cybersecurity project. Now, these 2 projects, they have bullet milestone payments. So those payments are made as per the schedule as agreed with the suppliers. In the case of the ships for the JDF, an amount has already been paid of almost 800 million. So the remainder is due between this time and the end of the fiscal year, based on the schedule as agreed with the supplier, the external supplier of those ships. Thus, if the payment is due between November and February, it would be wholly unacceptable and fiscally irresponsible for the ministry to have made payments before they're due. Let's make that clear. Also, in the case of the cybersecurity project, which is a 4-year project started in 2019-20, this is the last year of this project. The schedule for payments for this project, there's a payment schedule in this month, November, and another payment that is scheduled when the project ends in February. So that other payment is due just around February, March. So that's 32% of the capital budget with a payment schedule in November and another schedule in March. Once again, Mr. Chair, you would readily agree with me. There's no way any ministry would ever contemplate paying on these projects before your deliverables are met, and also this is in line with the schedule. This is a schedule established with the supplier. This is how the payments will be made. So once those 2 payments are made for the cybersecurity project, that's 32% of the budget already. Once the other 2 payments are made by the JDF, in line with the schedule, that already those 2 alone take it to almost 80% of the budget. So the budget is being executed. The payments are being made in line with the schedule. And there's one other matter I must mention with the capital budget. It relates to the Westmoreland Divisional Headquarters. Earlier, Mr. Chair, when I mentioned the 695 million reduction in the capital, that's specifically related to the Westmoreland Divisional Headquarters. This project will have been pushed into next fiscal year. So there's a $5 million that is left just to deal with some preliminary expenses that we may have. So why is this being delayed? The procurement process actually commenced. I detected that there are some allegations of some improper happenings with the project. So the Integrity Commission has launched an investigation into the proceedings. Under those circumstances, the prudent thing to do was to hold on that, because those allegations, they were serious enough for us to say, let us wait until, based on the direction of the investigation, before we proceed on the project. So at this stage, we have, at the point where we are retendering the project. We are retendering, and hence the reduction in this year's budget. So we expect it to be into next year. So all in all, when all of that is said, for the most part, the payments are being made in line with the schedule. So the 18% spent up to this point, there's no mystery to it. There's no mystery to that. As I said, 3 of the projects are explained. Those 3 cover 80% of the capital budget right away. So that's the situation with the capital, and I hope it will clarify and help to set the record straight and create a better understanding of how the capital budget works. You have to really look at each project and its particular and peculiarities of each capital budget. You know, sometimes one may think of capital and think this is really about construction. It's really only 2 construction items were in this capital budget. One of them is for 10% and one is for 5%, and I already explained the 10% for the Westmoreland. And the other one, which is the autopsy suite, we're almost 50% to completion with that project. So that is going as we expect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PS, there is some things out in social media as to a comment made by the Honorable Minister. I see here 18%, but he spoke of 17% of the capital budget being spent as of the time when he was speaking. I'm listening to you, and I've heard you lay it out as it relates to the schedule of payment. Are you saying that what you're saying now coincide or is collaborating with what the minister would have made mention at the press conference?
Right, so the 17%, I mean 17 or 18%
right.
is pretty much the same figure. Right, the 17% would have been maybe the situation as at the end of October.
Up to the time when he spoke.
When he spoke, right. What I presented the 18, it was at November 10th.
I just want clarity for John public to understand, because they're taking the ministry and the minister to task to say that if he only can spend 18 or 17% of his capital budget, then he needs to go. I am now saying, and I want John public to understand, that because of how you explain the situation of not being prudent to pay before time, this is the reason for the comment that was made, and you're now giving clarity to it. Thanks.
Right. And as I say, you know, the structure, the nature of these projects, there are scheduled bullet payments. So just one single payment can change that substantially.
Okay. You're through?
Yes, I'm through with that. I was going to speak to the recurrence. I don't know if you want to stay on the capital.
No, just on what you said. Just a bit of, I was a bit curious in my mind, P.S. I thought I heard you said, in light of the Integrity Commission investigation, you had put a hold or a pause on the project. Is that so?
Right, on that particular project.
But on the other hand, I heard you made mention of starting over the tender process. That wasn't so clear.
No, that is where we are now in terms of the engagement we have had and the response from the Integrity Commission. We are at the point where these discussions started in terms of the procurement process from early in the fiscal year. So after months have passed, we have gotten to the point where we can now go to re-tender the project.
Okay. Because my own thoughts on that is that national security is always considered one of urgency in terms of the implementation of the various elements, projects, what have you, and not to sacrifice one for the other. I think that there were concerns by the Integrity Commission, some sort of understanding, my choice of word, as to how to do both things simultaneously. In other words, certain things be done under the supervision or guidance of the Integrity Commission so as not to compromise any issue of concern on the one hand, while at the same time do not unduly delay or impair the implementation of a national security effort.
Right. It's just the nature of the allegation required us to proceed cautiously. One of the things you would want is to go ahead, start a project with a contractor, and then depending on where the investigation is leading, you may have to pull up stumps at that time, and we could be subject to lawsuits and all of that.
No, fine. You know, I'm not privy to the details of the matter, so you're in a better position than I am.
Okay.
You can proceed. Yes.
Right. So that said, looking at the recurrent side, though, as I mentioned before, it's a $6 billion increase in the recurrent budget over what was approved in March and a $10 billion increase over last year. So there's almost 12% more allocated to recurrent in these supplementaries compared to the previous year. And the bulk of this going to the Jamaica Constabulary Force. So what we're seeing in these supplementary, Mr. Chair, is a $3 billion additional allocation to the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Again, when you look at it, if we were to go back, let's say just before in 2019-20, between that time and now, the Jamaica Constabulary Force would have received a 20% increase in the budget. So even with the impact of the COVID over that 2-year period, which would have significantly impacted government's revenue, over that period from 2020 to now, the JCF has received a 20% increase in their recurrent budget.
And most of that increase in recurrent covered what?
I didn't get that.
That 20% increase in recurrent is mainly for what?
There quite a bit of that. So we have a significant portion is really for use of goods and services, which would include providing resources for the police, all these different operations the police on. So stuff like uniform, fuel for the police. So it covers a whole host of things. In fact, in terms of the supplementary, with the $2.9 billion increase, we have a significant portion there too for uniform for the police, what I'm going to call broadly warlike stores. I guess you would know what in terms of the arms and so on. That's a significant portion. And of course the fuel cost, because there are more vehicles that have been provided to the JCF, so there will also be increased use of petrol. So just a couple months ago we'd have provided the police with 59 high-end motor vehicles, SUVs and bikes. We expect to provide by the end of this month another 25 motor vehicles to the police. So that will also require additional in terms of petrol and so on.
But those purchases would be on the vehicle, would be on the capital side.
No, those are on the recurrent side.
So the 20% would be more like your uniform and fuel and things like those.
Things like those.
Maintenance things.
Maintenance, some of the maintenance stuff as well.
While you're through, I have a question.
Yeah, you can proceed.
I see that you have $426 million, $0.3 million going to MOCA. All right, and it says in the narrative that it is for JCF members who are seconded to MOCA. My understanding is that the extended period of secondment to MOCA from JCF was because MOCA did not take on its independent status, so to speak. My question, therefore, these allocations for secondment, does it bring an end to the overlap between the JCF and MOCA? In other words, MOCA can now hire its staff permanently and don't rely upon secondment from the JCF.
Right, they can. In fact, that $426 million, $220 million represent the secondment from the JCF, and the other 206 for MOCA employing staff directly.
Directly.
Right.
Okay. So going forward, now there will be a complete separation.
Right, that's pretty much at that point. The complete
probably
separation.
Exceptional cases.
Right.
Okay.
As you speak about capital expenditure, PS, I mean, recently we saw the issue of the Green Acres police station not being occupied and basically built in a flood zone. Give us some background of that and what is the result for that.
All right, so we'll be engaging contractors to look at specifically kind of drainage drainage project to ensure that because the station itself, the physical point where the station is, that's not where you really have the water logging. It's actually get to the station. So it's a matter of taking away the water from that area. So that project is being looked at, and we're seeking to move quickly with that, given the nature of it. So it's quite likely we should be able to undertake some spending in this year, into next year, to try to address that problem.
Go ahead.
But Chairman said that it wasn't a flood-prone area. I saw, from what I saw in the media, that it was flooded, right? And major flooding that took place. You mentioned just now, PS, about some funding for this year. My questions: one, is the station functional now? And if not, when was it planned to become functional? In other words, is the flooding that deferred the activation of it? What is its present state of completeness and utilization?
All right, so I've been joined by ACP Warren Clark, ACP Leonardo Brown, and the Director of Corporate Service in the JCF. So I'm going to ask ACP Clark if he could take that.
Thank you, yes, Chair. The station is perhaps 90% complete. It's a new building, and the problem with the flooding was assessed before construction. However, there were some adjustments to the prescription, I would say, which caused the engineers to redesign the solution. That now is being received, and funding is being procured for it, and we are confident that before long we would have installed the appropriate storm drains to have the property properly drained for functionality.
DCP, I recall some years ago, one of the major costs of project overruns in the public sector was poor planning. And this is a case where a new building, an important building, is being constructed. I would presume that adequate professional planning would have been done. You just said that the prescription was changed. Who changed that prescription that caused the problem that we have now that is being sought to be remedied?
Well, I think Chairman asked for some background. So that area has always been one of challenge, sir.
That what?
The area was always one of challenge.
Okay, I never heard.
But it became important because of the developments.
I'm asking you to turn off, yes.
Oh. Because there are no fewer than 7 major developments in the area. So that place for policing is of great strategic importance. Admittedly, we tried to avoid it because we know we had problems. We consulted.
To avoid what? Sorry, I'm not following. You said they tried to avoid
building the station there.
Oh.
However, we were assured by experts that the area could be adequately drained. We took their advice, and when we continued, we heard that some other design was necessary to have the area drained.
DCP, my question was,
yes.
Who are the experts? Where they come from?
They are local experts. I don't have their names.
I take it that they are local.
Yes.
Which entity it is that had the responsibility? The buck must stop somewhere. Which entity made the changes that caused the problem that you are now having to deal with?
No, I don't have the names here, but what has happened is an issue of process.
No, DCP, with all due respect, I'm not asking for the name of the individual. I'm asking for the name of the entity who is it that posited those changes. Who is it, meaning the entity that was responsible for ensuring that the place is not flooded?
No. The situation is that advice was sought, advice was gained.
DCP, advice was sought from who? Which entity?
ACP, is it a government entity or a private entity? Let me start from there.
On a point of order, Mr. Chairman, the ACP is trying to skirt around the situation for whatever reason. The question my colleague should ask, is it a by the way advice, or is for a paid, a consulting firm was contracted to do it, and then we can get an answer?
Well, I am putting it a different way. If it was a government entity or a private entity or a private entity, that because a lot of work would have to be done prior to building there, and I'm sure that, and I'm hoping that the approval of the contract to build there, or the advice that it could be relocated to that particular area, would have been one from just a reputable, and if so, it ought to be known as far as I'm concerned, because as it is now, the Ministry of National Security will have to find more money to ensure that proper drainage, and hoping that that drainage will take care of the problem. Because if it is the same firm that is going to advise you on the drainage, which advise you to relocate the police station there, I'd be very concerned. So if you can answer the question for me, sir, if it is at least start with that. Is it a government entity or a private?
Well, Chair, I don't have the details of the procurement. Those processes
No. Of the advice.
Pardon me?
Of the advice of the relocation to the current location.
No, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. There was no advice for relocation. The present location.
Or let me put it this way: who gave who did the engineering, the geological, looking at the site location to place the police station in an area that is a flood-prone area?
Mr. Chairman, let make it easy for all of us, or easier for all of us. Can PAAC ask of the ministry to give us a written response to the question that is being asked?
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, with all due respect, Chairman, this is not a private transaction in the building of. Permit me a second. This is not a private project being undertaken. This is a central government executed project. There are established procedures for doing these things. It's not a new thing.
Yeah.
A contract would have been entered into by the ministry with a contractor to execute this project. The contractor has some responsibility to its client, in this case the Ministry of National Security. If there is identified problem in the execution of the project, there is an entity called the Ministry of National Security and its contractor that it has duly engaged to be accountable to it.
No, but hold on there, member. Before you even reach to the contractor, because I'm sure it is not the contractor that would select the site to build the police station, but to be contracted to build the police station. So before even reaching there, normally it is either NLA, it is National Works Agency, who was engaged in selecting the location so that a contract could be given to build the police station on the site, because there would have been some pre-work done prior to building it on that virgin site. It was a virgin site. Who it is that gave the okay for the police station to be built on that particular location, which is a flood-prone location.
Chairman, I'm agreeing with you. I accept that. I'm accepting that. But what I think I heard DSP mention earlier on is about this change.
Yes.
Change in prescription.
I heard the change in prescription.
Right? Some entity made a change. And even if it's a by the way comment, it has to be formalized with the contracted entity to either agree with that prescription and formally posit it to the ministry or the responsible entity that it delegate that authority to. But what I'm picking up, Chairman, is that there's a mystery around who did what. There's a change that the DCP mentioned of that occurred. It can't be a ghost that made that change in prescription, because the fact that you know that there is a change, you must know who gave it, and that's all I've been asking. And as my colleague said, it seemed to be a skirting up that question. Who is it that made the change? Which entity? I'm not even asking for an individual name.
Let him answer.
Sorry, if I may, Mr. Chair, through PS. Right. So from where I sit as at a technical level, Director of Corporate Services for the JCF, I'm aware that there have been extensive procurement planning. I know we're still in execution. As ACP mentioned, we're about 90% there. You mentioned pre-work. I can assure you in the procurement planning phase, there was a lot of pre-work and partnerships. There's a partner, private partnership, that's a community there, experts, in-house experts and so forth, all would have contributed to the procurement and the project plan. Now, ACP mentioned a change in prescription. Really and truly, that was an update to the project plan. We don't have the specific details now. However, with your permission, Chair, we can provide a full detail of the procurement process to date. Hopefully you can appreciate that we did not come with the finer details.
No, with the procurement process, with all due respect, with the procurement process, yes. And I think what the committee is trying to find out.
Specifics, which we didn't come with in the process.
Give me a chance, please.
Sure.
What the committee is trying to find out. You have a virgin piece of land that you're going to build a police station. How is it that we have come to that particular location? Who advised and who signed up?
Sir, Mr. Chairman, on a point of order. On a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, on a point of order, sir. We are going, and if you're giving me
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. We are going to be going back and forth. The officers are saying that they are unable to give us all of that information.
And I'm giving him more information for him to be able to answer those questions.
Let me go through the point of order now, sir, and then you can talk. You're the chair. I am simple asking, I'm simple suggesting that we ask the ministry, through the ministry who has responsibility, to provide us with a written document of all the information to answer all the concern and question that we have, and so we can move on to something else at the same time. But we are going to be going back and forth, and they're still not going to be able to tell us exactly what we're asking. That's all I ask, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you're heard. So again, as I profess, you're speaking about the procurement, which is a part of what we need. But what we want is who and how and which entity that gave the permission for the police station to be built at that location, which is a flood-prone area. That now we are speaking about another round of procurement and engineering that we'll have to now put the drainage in dealing with that matter. Can we get the cost, PS, of what the cost of the current building, what it cost us, the taxpayers?
It was in the region of approximately 65 million thereabout. However, Mr. Chair, if you permit me,
sure.
I just want to add that, again, as ACP mentioned, the JCF, would have contributed to the procurement planning phase in terms of why we need a station in that location. The area is developing. We would have consulted with technical expertise to fully develop the project scope. And I am saying, that we can give you further details at a later date.
What we will do is send you the questions from the committee clerk, so that we can get to the bottom of this.
Suffice it to say, Chairman, I can appreciate in the public, it is not the remit of the police to build a police station. That's not their job. We don't expect them to do that job. They are policing. The building for the police must be done by the person so responsible to execute that. And all the questions being asked have nothing to do with policing. It is how the project has been executed that result in what we have seen that happened. Massive flood out for a new project which says that something was wrong. And the question is, how did that come about? And which entity was responsible for those changes, as the SP indicate, in the change of prescription? That is where I'm because obviously somebody intervened, and that's what I was getting from the SP. Somebody intervened by changing the prescription, resulting in what we witnessed.
All right, and your point is taken. Hence why we're going to ask them the PS to give us some response on that, because PS this one don't sit so well. Because it reminds me of what we did with Marcus Garvey Drive, where we build the road and then we try to put in the drainage after, and it costs taxpayers more. Yes, hence why Marcus Garvey Drive still floods when we get rain. So, and I thought that we would learn from issues like that in itself. And as the member rightfully said, we know that the police has a department now doing their own refurbishing and some of their construction, while their job is to really be doing policing and leave the construction to the entities that. But we're going to send those questions, Pierce.
Right. Just a point,
Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yourself and my colleague mentioned of police constructing. The police is not constructing. The police is merely giving their advice as to what they would want. Mr. Chairman, if Hansard will show it, they are not. Mr. Chairman, I believe that the involvement of the police in the whole scope of things is to make suggestions as to how the thing is to go. They are not constructing. I know that there has to be a contracting firm that does the construction. That's all that I want the clarity for. That's all, nothing else.
Let me, for my own education, is there an arm of the police that helps, that does the refurbishing of stations and such matters?
The construction.
We're not talking about this particular project.
No, generally speaking, the construction and refurbishing and upgrading of stations, these are undertaken by the ministry.
Mm-hmm.
The police does police work, but in doing these, in developing the scope for the project, naturally the JCF will be involved in terms of providing input for the scope, in terms of what is it that the police require.
And that's expected.
Right. Of course, there would be some, from time to time, you may have a little minor thing here or there that the police will do. Those are not big projects. So the ministry takes care of those, construction and renovation and so on.
As I said, just for my own education. On page 26,000 C1, this 125 million complete the activities under the project, which is acquisition of aircrafts for the JDF. These are new or?
All right. As you know, Chair, traditionally we don't get into public discourse on the spending for the JDF, but this one in terms of the aircraft, it's not a new, it's a payment.
Okay,
that's a legacy payment. Yes.
But I have a general question in that regard, PS, because when the ship and the planes were being purchased, and FS is here, there was a significant budgetary outlay, and the narrative around it is that it is to stem the inflow of guns, right? To provide adequate and effective surveillance, because most of the guns were determined to be coming in through our open seas around Jamaica. So the surveillance provision by the ship and the aeroplanes would bring that to a halt. My question is, and DCP can probably help us, because there's supposed to be a collaboration between the JDF and the JCF in this regard. How has the insertion or the acquisition of these units bring a dent to the inflow of guns in the country, with the murder rate continuing to spiral out of reach, even though we have had this investment? Give us a sense of the return, so to speak, on this investment.
Before ACP Clark comes in, sometimes these discussions, and we also have to be mindful of situations where we don't have exact information. So, for example, in relation to that question, how has it stemmed the flow? I mean, one can always look at the counterfactual. Yes, the counterfactual of absent this, what could have been? Let's be honest. You see, there are times, for example, when you look at you talk about the murder rate, 1,300, and sometimes there's this sense of the police not doing anything, the police not doing sufficient. But there are many incidents that the police would have disrupted and stopped. And we could have been looking at a different set of statistics absent those actions. So just want to make that point before ACP Clark comment.
Your point, Pierce, is a prelude to the SP's response. Nobody is suggesting that nothing should be done. When all of these were being done, some things were being done at the time, but these things were done or promulgated, maybe over-promulgated, to be the fix. Right. So if I have a leak, right, and I want it to stop, and I go to the shop and I say, this is going to stop the leak. If less water is flowing, isn't that justification for what that I purchased was good? But there's a reduction. It was deemed to stop. So what I'm saying, this isn't a perfect thing, but we have to be honest and pragmatic in some of the promulgations that we make, because we generate expectations. Because quite frankly, when you listen to the narrative around these acquisitions at the time, I would, and the average person, believe that there'll be a substantial reduction, because the places where the guns are coming in, you now put in place the infrastructure to deal with it. So when you tell me about what would not happen if this was not done, quite frankly, Pierce, with all due respect, is to say that, you get a return, be okay. Worse would have happened.
So remember, whatever the narrative was at the time, I have to say, I can't recall those narratives. Right, I wasn't around. I can't recall the narrative. So what I can say is, first of all, as you would see, the project is still underway. The project is not complete. You'll see we still have 2.7 billion. As I said, it's 40% of our capital budget this year is still to deal with that. So it's not like we have finished all the procurement. So we are not yet at that point to say for us to see all that kind of expected return. So there's still some way to go, and it is still the case. I'm still going to say, not that I'm telling you that I would never come and say that I'm happy with where the situation as is. But it's still the case that you cannot at this point conclude that it has not had any impact. Right. It has had some impact. The situation could have been a different situation had we not had this kind of procurement, and by the time we finish with the further procurement, we expect to see some more meaningful change.
All right, thank you, Pierce. Thank you. Members, are there any other questions on the Ministry of National Security?
I want to comment that I commend the PS in that the new vehicles they are acquiring for the police are all brand new vehicles. And I want to commend you on that. And you would not have purchased any used vehicles, PS, would you?
Thank you, PS. Thank you, officers and the team from the Ministry of National Security. Have a good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, I thought
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Impolite, Mr. Chairman. I must say respectfully. But I will not pursue it any further. Our Ministry of Labour and Social Security. Okay, welcome, Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. And I love to put on to that and everything else. Madam PS, I warmly welcome you back to the sitting of the PAAC. I know it's your preferred place of visit. There you go. Now let the chair, no, come on, just about to start.
Madam Pierce, again, welcome. We really have the Office of the Prime Minister on Economic Growth. So we'll start off by giving you opening remarks, and then we can go into questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Accompanying me from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation are Mr. E.G. Hunter, CEO, NAA, with his deputy to his left, Mr. Varden Downer, and Mrs. Pauline Dunstan, the Financial Director. And by and large, the significant changes in our budget for the supplementary estimates will be spent by the NAA, and so they are here to respond to any question that you may ask of them.
Well, all right, as you said, on page 19,003, $3.48 billion on secondary roads, and of $1.4 billion on island-wide disaster mitigation. Just give us a background, especially on that of the maintenance of secondary roads, Mr. Hunt.
Okay, so
19,003. Yeah, 19,000.
I don't have the book before me, but for the 1.4, there's $1.4 billion, which will take care of the recently launched
announced program.
Yes, right, the mitigation program, yes. And the other amount for the maintenance secondary maintenance of secondary roads is for a new program.
Which is what I want to know. That is for a particular program, or
for a particular program,
or does any of this have to do with the recent rains and some of what expenses that we have coming from that? Okay. So the question then is, what portion of this? I knew the Prime Minister brought a $800 million figure to the House, and I'm sure it is a moving target.
Yes, that is a part of it.
Right, I know it's a moving target. So as of today, what would that figure be? Is it still 800 million, or is it more?
Okay,
or what portion of this 3.4 billion that would?
Yeah, and just to say, though, generally that in terms of, we are now in the process of going through to see from that additional 4 billion that we're getting to take care of some of those expenditure items from the recent rains, and so before the allocation is made in terms of by constituency, the needs of constituencies.
For this new program?
Yes.
Okay.
From the 4-point-something billion you spoke of, part of it will be to take care of what the 800 plus. Well, EG will update us to see if that figure has changed, and the rest now will be for a special program.
A special program which will go through each parish and all 63 constituencies.
Yes, but he will speak to it.
I fear when I see Mr. Hunter smiling.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members. Good afternoon, colleagues. As the PS has indicated, there is a provision of, I think, $3.8 billion to be used to achieve multiple objectives. One, the recent rains has precipitated damage to the tune of, I think it's almost $900 million. That figure remains the same.
Okay.
So that is item number one. So some of these funds will obviously have to be channeled to address the more critical of the damage which occurred recently. When the Prime Minister announced the extent of the damage, we recall that Clarendon was particularly severely impacted. So it would not be beyond logic that a good portion of these funds would go to Clarendon. In addition to which, there is the perennial problem of underfunding of the
maintenance. But before you move on to that, I mean, just on the Clarendon, so a portion of this would be for the reinstatement of that road in northern Clarendon that was damaged in the flood rains.
You mean the Stetson, that's retaining wall?
No.
That was a separate contract. Yeah, Stetton. It's Stetton.
Yeah.
That's the subject of a separate contract.
Yeah, but where would that funding come from?
Out of the normal budget.
Okay.
For that.
All right.
Okay. So let me just establish the context. Remember, Chairman, that we have often and very loudly said that the provision that we get ordinarily is a mere morsel compared to what we need. In addition to which, the recent rains has further exacerbated the problem. So with the 3.8, as the PS has indicated, there will be some a constituency focus for some of the spending, but there will also be the flood rains focus as well. And then there's also the issue of just an under provision under the normal circumstance. So there will have to be a lot of, well, not gymnastics, but we will have to approach this allocation.
Gymnastics.
Yeah, we'll have to approach this allocation in a very sensible and a very intelligent way, so that we can have the impact that we would like, given the limitation on the funds that are provided. So, I overheard Member Jackson talking about heightened expectation while we're outside, just so that expectations are moderated in terms of what it is that can be achieved with this expenditure. But we will do our best. Okay, 3.48. So just so we understand that this provision is not going to create miracles, but we will endeavor to spend this money in the most efficient and the most effective way.
Go ahead, member. Go ahead, member. Go ahead.
Just a clarification, Mr. Hunter. The $800 million that you refer to, which was the estimate, that includes both main road and local roads, though? Or?
No.
Yes, it does.
Well,
yes, it does.
Include both?
Yeah. Again, when we do disaster response, we strike no distinction between main roads in terms of the extent of the damage. As to whether or not, when we come to implementing or addressing the issue, whether or not we assume responsibility for everything, that's another matter.
Okay. In that regard, the allocation that was being discussed, that was announced by the Prime Minister, you, NWA, you have, should I say, statutory responsibility for the main roads, right? Is it a reasonable deduction that while you don't have responsibility for the minor roads, but you make the assessment for all the roads, that you will be true to your obligation of repairing those main roads that are damaged from the flood rains, given that it is within your $800 million estimate and would be duly provided for in light of a mitigating intervention of the damages from the flood rains?
Member, as you say, it goes without saying, charity begins at home. So it is understandable that our sentiment would be in respect of the main road portfolio at the first go But the reality is, if you look at the average commute of the average citizen, home to work, work to play, play to home, assuming you do play outside, they traverse main roads as well as non-main roads. And so to the extent that one wants to achieve a holistic impact, then it goes without saying that some attention should be paid to both main roads and non-main roads simultaneously.
Oh, so you're saying that you're going beyond your main roads?
No, no, no. I don't have that mandate statutorily. You know that. Okay. The NWA, by statute, has to confine itself to main roads unless there's a policy prescription that expands that mandate.
Or unless facilitated to go beyond, such as budgetary allocation.
Absolutely.
So in light of the present allocation made to members of parliament, those submissions should be restricted to those areas that you don't have responsibility for?
No. Okay, so you're referring to the mitigation program announced by the PM for 21 million per constituency.
Yeah, yes, the
right,
same allocation.
That's the program you're referring to.
Overall, yes.
Okay.
Because some is NSW.
Okay, so I was here when the Prime Minister made that announcement, and my recollection is that he was at pains to outline that a lot of places were impacted and a lot of places need to be addressed, and that we would not be overly prescriptive in terms of main roads and parochial roads. And we at the NWA, we follow suit in terms of that. So we take that as a policy prescription that for that special program, if an MP, and he said it would be constituency-driven, MP-driven, so to the extent that an MP identifies a road that is not an NWA road, we would not be averse to working with that.
No, I think there's a misunderstanding of my question. Maybe I was not clear.
Okay.
When I'm asked a question about those obligatory roads of the NWA, which is the main road, right, and the constituency being given an allocation, I was asking if in the normal course of your work, outside of the allocations for the members of parliament, you would be doing the main roads affected. Not to say that you would not supervise and execute roads nominated by the MP that is not a main road. Because one of the reasons is that you are an implementing agency. And to make it easier and more convenient, it has been centralized through you. But I'm talking about the utilization of those constituency allocations separate from what the NWA would do by its own budgetary provision.
That's presuming a lot. We have no budgetary provision different from what is here.
Okay, you answer my question then. It's all right.
Yeah, we have no budgetary provision other than what is here.
And that answer, though clear, is regrettable.
Yeah.
Well, I have Mr. Pardon, it's not in the supplementary directly, but it's part of the annual budget. Two particular issues.
And that has been fully expended.
Well, if that has been so, I hope the answer to one of my particular questions is equally very clear and succinct. The Junction Main Road. I remember the last time you were here, you gave an unambiguous undertaking that the next time you come here, that road will be complete. And I was heartened. I left here feeling most relieved than I ever been. I have not been there. So, Mr. Hunter, given your pellucid way of describing your undertaking, can you say emphatically that the road is satisfactorily completed now?
Well, Member Jackson, if I, in a moment of exuberant expectation, announced that it would have been completed, I have since concluded that I'm only as good as the contractors who work for me. I
you never attached that condition when you were given that undertaking, Mr. Hunter. It was unconditional.
Sure, I would. Okay. Yeah, man. Okay. I have some pictures that I'm asking Mr. Dowda to no, it's not completed. But might I say, Member Jackson, that we have broken the back of it. I think it would be really, really educational to see the pictures I'm showing you. Yeah.
I would make it a duty of mine
to
visit the site.
To visit the site.
But I would like to visit with you.
Beg your pardon?
I would like to visit it with you.
Oh, I only visit projects when they are completed. But no, I'd be happy to visit with you.
No, with all seriousness, I feel it for the commuters traveling that route. The buses, the public transport, private users. I really feel it for them. And secondly, I'm a little bit embarrassed as a Jamaican. One, how long that repair work has taken over the years to now being incomplete. I'm embarrassed as a Jamaican, to tell you the honest truth.
Okay, so Member Jackson, just to make sure that we're talking about apples and apples and not apples and oranges. I'm talking about the one that they gave undertaking on.
That's
okay, so the Junction Road project.
Yes.
Toms River to Agualta Vale, phase 1.
Yes.
Starts at the Agualta Vale roundabout and ends at Broadgate. That's contract number 1. And that contract has been completed. In second, there is a section of road within that perimeter that is referred to as the Chovy area, and there was a slope slippage at Chovy. Now, it is quite understandable that from a layman's point of view, one would look at that and consider it part of the job, but it is not. And I'm sure that you're quite familiar with the fact that there are 2 separate contracts that were entered into 2 separate times. The works which remain incomplete at this point in time is the Chovy breakaway repairs, which the pictures there will indicate. And what was required is, so there are 2 different things. But I can quite understand why one could, at first breath, confuse the 2 because they are within the same perimeter. But they are 2 different contracts.
So when this other one is going to be completed, so that the community...
Okay, so if you look at the
no, I won't. Just
the pictures I've shown you.
Of your presence.
If you look at the pictures I've shown you...
They're very picturesque.
Okay, so you saw the diamonds. Okay, so the hard part about a job like that is really the foundation and to what we say come out of grade. Thereafter, and you notice that all the diamonds have been cast, and it's just for the...
so when will that be done, Mr. Hunter?
By February, March. By
the end of March?
Yeah.
Giving you outside
and I won't visit this house until it's complete, sir.
Try your luck.
I would be more comfortable with a punishment if you don't finish it by then. Because then the commuters will be more certain.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you like punishment.
Yeah. But let me say one final thing on that subject, just so everyone understands. That job is being done by a local contractor selected from an open tender process, okay? And we all would like to see Jamaican contractors flourish and do well. It is rather unfortunate that my reputation and my fortune is intimately tied up with the performance of a contractor. It is a matter of record that the particular contractor there had serious trouble. It is not for me to divulge, his issues. Suffice it to say that it is a matter of record that what obtains on the junction contract is an aberration, largely precipitated by issues with the particular contractor.
Mr. Hunter,
yes,
I
sir.
recall you very clearly when the question was raised. Would it be in the interest of the NWA and the public to terminate the contract, given how prolonged its completion was, or incompletion? Your response then is that to be pragmatic, I think that was your choice of words, it would be best to negotiate an arrangement with the contractor to complete it than to
which is what we did.
Engage a new contractor.
Which is what we did.
You stand by that
I stand
option?
by that, and again, the records will show that the works being undertaken now are in fact being undertaken by a subcontractor, not the original main contractor.
Okay. My second one, as you relate to local contractor, St. Thomas.
Yes, sir.
St. Thomas. I recall very clearly when the Portmore Toll Road was being built, because I had to traverse it every day so I could see the construction. And that one is different from the greenfield areas, right? What I found most admirable in the execution of that work is that the contractor provided safe passage for the vehicular traffic while they were constructing the new roads.
Yeah.
What I see happening in St. Thomas.
Okay, so
right? No,
so
what I see. Let me finish. What I saw in St. Thomas, and I drove down there myself. Right? It's a most painful journey. But what was most painful for me is when I heard some responses that, oh, it's going to be better in so many months.
Okay,
As they bear the pain because it's going to be better. When I juxtaposed that response with what I experienced in Portmore when the road was being built, it pained me.
So Member Jackson, I used to be an engineer, and I'm persuaded that just about anything can be engineered, but it's a question of who pays for it. Your Portmore Road, to which you have referred, is built at $12 million per mile. The road out in St. Thomas is being built at $300,000 per mile. So the point I'm making is this: if you want that characteristic from any road, you purchase that.
Mr. Hunter, your response is more painful. Because what you're telling me is that we are getting what you contracted to pay for. The pain that the people experience in St. Thomas, or who traverse that, is what you contracted for them to bear.
So, in addition...
that is what I find really egregious. Because I will tell you, if you go to St. Thomas now, or all the commuters who have to use that corridor, and say that it would cost X more for them to be able to traverse that corridor in a less painful, I heard the MP for down there, I felt her pain.
Member Jackson, you're again, with all the respect that you're due, you're comparing an apple with a pear. The toll road is a road and a road only. It carries no utilities, okay, except for fiber optic ducts for fiber optic.
That is not true.
I'm telling you. It has no water supply, bet me. It has no sewage, bet me. Member Jackson. Member Jackson.
All of those are engineering things. You can design them.
Member Jackson. I'm saying you can't pull a toll road construction and compare it one-on-one with a secondary road that carries water, sewage, drainage, and fiber optic cable. The construction is different. For example, one of the big irritants in the St. Thomas project is that water supply has to be laid down first. When you lay down the water mains, Member Jackson, you cannot reinstate the trench because the water mains have to be pressure tested. And when it is pressure tested, if there's a leak, you need to be able to locate the leak, and that is why you can't reinstate it. From a construction point of view, you don't lay one length of water pipe and then you test. From an efficiency point of view, you have to have long lengths and long runs of water main laid down. While that is happening and you're waiting for it to be tested, then there are issues. So we concede, Member Jackson, that there are some inherent difficulties and inconvenience associated with building a full infrastructure corridor that has water, sewage, drain, fiber optic cable.
Right,
that doesn't obtain when you're building a toll road, sir.
With all due respect, though, Mr. Hunter.
Yes, sir.
I mean, the corridor itself, be it that we have to have open drains or none, I think there was a safety issue out there in adequate signage and just protection of the traversing public of where these open drains are. I have traversed it on numerous occasions, and you end up in an area where there's no lighting, but then a ditch is there and no warning signs or anything like that. And we have to accept that had obtained out there. So I think that is the general way of how the member was trying to explain it. All right?
Chairman, I quite understand, and obviously any job that one does can always be improved. Let me make the point, however, that that site is the subject of frequent visits and report by the occupational health section of the Ministry of Labour.
They are dropping on the job.
No, that's point number one. And point number two, I would not want for us for 1 minute to underestimate the difficulty and the complexity of what we're trying to do. Member Jackson, when you are building a road as we are and you're installing new water supply, you have to do it in a way that the existing water supply stays intact. Mr.
Hunter, we accept the complexity of the task.
Okay.
But what we want to ensure is the safety of those who have to use it at the same time. That's it, I mean, we don't really have to get into an argument. It's just an observation. It's just an observation. And you saying that person's occupational safety visited, I would say that they are falling on the job, because there are many occasions and many persons have complained. Even as we complain about the section from Porus going to Williamsfield, the change in scope on an hourly basis or the change in direction of the traffic without adequate signage out there is a concern. It is a real concern.
Accepted, sir.
So yes, it is just to ensure that is put in place, because a weakness that I have observed with this contractor in putting out adequate safety signage on any one of the jobs that I've seen them undertake.
Noted. And may I suggest, as Member Jackson did before, that we are not averse to a joint site visit, so we can.
No. Let me, Member Sibley,
before Christmas,
please ask your question.
Before Christmas.
My question?
No. Member Sibley.
I will just close my question to say.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hunter, thanks for the lesson that you gave a while ago. I think it was very clear to me what you were saying, and I appreciate it. But I want to take you away from that bit back to why you are here today, which is a supplementary budget. And as you have mentioned, the point of the emergency allocation to repair. And you had mentioned also that Clarendon is one of the heaviest hit from the previous rainfall. My question is simple this, Mr. Hunter. Can you give us a time estimate when the repairs will be happening, especially to the breakaways? Because I have a terrible, terrible breakaway in my constituency. More than one, but there's one that is really posing some amount of danger. And so the time for executing the repair is really one that is concerned to most of the citizenry in Clarendon Northern. Can you say when?
Yeah. Is that Member Sibley's? Is that Member Sibley's? Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay. Thanks for that question. Let me state first that there is no special procurement apparatus for this expenditure. This money will be spent in the way that any other fund is spent, and one needs to understand that, which means that we will go through detailed designs, which we are now doing. So for the areas that suffered breakaway, landslides, and so on, we're doing the detailed designs for the retaining structures. Ordinarily, that will take us, a month or two. Yeah. For the detailed design, so design will take us, a month, 2 months, 3 months. Then it goes to procurement. And I've heard a lot of commentary made about the time it takes for procurement. Suffice it to say that every single step of the way in the procurement process has been given to us by this Honorable House. And we faithfully follow the steps prescribed in the law. So, Member Sibley's, if the value of a particular undertaking is less than $60 million, the average time from it's tendered until it's awarded is going to be about 6 months. If that intervention costs more than $60 million, where it has to go to cabinet, the average time for that is going to be about 8 months. And that's a procurement process. Okay? So we have worked internally to try and accelerate that process as best as we can. But remember now, it is the law that says if you go to open bidding, it has to be out there for 21 days before it's returned if you use the electronic system.
Mr. Hunter.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hunter.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to. I understand much quicker than Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
And so if you say between 6 to 8 months,
right,
and it is due to the policy and the law, and that it is within the remit of the House to make that amendment if we so see fit. Okay, I get that.
Absolutely.
I just wanted you to just say to the people of Clarendon Northern the time, because it is very important that they understand and we can move within.
What's the name of that particular thing, Mr. Stevens?
It is in the area of St. John.
St. John. Okay.
St. John.
So
the other thing, the follow-up to that, Mr. Hunter, in light of the time, can we get some proper signage
for the breakaway? Yes, we will.
From the NWA so that users of the roadway can be alerted ahead of coming up on it. It's on a corner.
Consider it done. Consider it done.
Please, Mr. Hunter, I've been asking, and
consider it done.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Hunter.
Mr. Sibe asked me things that I can deliver. Yes, sir.
Right.
The provision for the Grange Lane in the estimates.
Right.
Two questions in that regard. One, the funding for that, that's part of the Mandela Road exit into Portmore and that widening exercise. Isn't it part of one old project?
Yes, it is.
Okay, the funding for that, is it from the overall funding for it? Is it from the central government consolidated fund?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Mr. Hunter.
Sir.
That corridor that you're undertaking, I submit that it's being done in a hodgepodge way. Because you start from Mandela to take the traffic going all the way to Elsha. You do the Elsha end at the extreme southern side. You do the northern end from Mandela. You do the Grange Lane intersection. And you leave out the Brayton Parkway corridor. That your colleague in the ministry, having evaluated that corridor, that Brayton Parkway corridor, and using its own professional judgment, had come to the conclusion that that had to be widened. And to my discovery, it has been excluded. So you're good at the end, at both ends, and in the middle, you have a backlog of the traffic flow. Can you answer me like you answered Mr. Sibley's to say it will be done?
Member
I know
Jackson,
that you're not discriminatory either.
Member Jackson, I see your advocacy for Brayton Parkway has not dimmed in the 2 years since we have been discussing this endeavor. I would give you the comfort, as I gave you then, that Brayton Parkway will be addressed in good time.
You know that good time don't get me worried.
Member Jackson, management is about, assimilating information, data, doing your analysis, and making decisions. We would like to believe that having carried out that process, the decision that we made is the right decision. No, you can second guess the decision, but you can't fault us for not having gone through an analytical process. And we've had this discussion privately, and we are now having it publicly. We have indicated to you that based on our analysis, the decisions that we have made in terms of implementation is the optimum decision, given what we know now and the constraints that we have. Subsequent time and subsequent events may prove it to be otherwise, but for now, that we think that this is the best decision that we can make.
Mr. Hunter,
yes,
I
sir.
see in the submission before us, you have made representation to your ministry and subsequently to the Ministry of Finance to vary the allocation that was there before in the amount of how much is it? 400. What is it? The amount that is there that you have asked for that particular segment. I would have expected that you're in the same breath that you made a professional assessment, judgment, and decision for the amount then, but now come back for more, that you would make a similar professional judgment to bring completion to that corridor. Because the reason why I raise it here, because it's part of the supplementary budget. When the people, and by the way, that roadway is not only used by persons in my constituency. Ironically, it's the borderline with East Central St. Catherine too. And the Member of Parliament there shares my observation. And I've engaged your minister accordingly. And point is that it doesn't even serve just our respective constituencies. It is a conduit to connect into Spanish Town.
So Member Jackson, I am already convinced of the need for Brayton Parkway to be added to the portfolio, which I've shared with you in the past. But one of the lessons we learned from the St. Thomas Road that was so heavily scrutinized by yourself and the chairman is that if we have long stretches of road under construction at the same time, we're likely to have a lot of kickback. And the Britain, that project will also involve some water mains, which is going to be a challenge. So one of the things that we have learned is that we have to take moderate bites off the corridor so that we can implement these projects and minimize the discomfort to which you earlier alluded.
Hunter,
so we learn as we go along.
Moderate bites apply to all roadway that you're working on where people commute on a daily basis. Brayton Parkway would not be an exception that requires moderate bites.
So it will be another morsel. It will be another bite.
All right. Mr. Hunter, just back to the estimates here.
Sorry, Chairman, just before.
Sure, go ahead. Turn off your mic, Member Jackson, please. Go ahead, ma'am.
Just for correction, 3.8 billion was mentioned.
It is
but it's actually
3.488. Yes.
Just to correct the records.
I heard 4, then I heard 3.8, and it's 3.488.
When I said the 4 point something, I had included the 1.4 for the mitigation.
Of the 1.4.
But when you take it out, it's actually 3.448 billion.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes. Of this remaining, after you take out the 800 million, 2.6, what percentage of that will go towards the special maintenance program that was mentioned? From this 3.4 billion that you have for maintenance of secondary road, you had mentioned that there was going to be a special program dealing with maintenance within.
Well, what is left after the 800 million
so
and
all of that. So that's what I'm trying to. So all of the balance, the 2.6 will be most likely
net
going to that.
The 800 and odd
Once
million.
there's no other disaster or anything like that.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Hunter, I can't have you here and ask about Troy Bridge. Status on that.
Okay, our minister has said that the Troy Bridge will be done. Our part of the equation is to carry out the design and the costing and to present to the PS whose money I spend gleefully. So I personally have no reticence about the construction of the Troy Bridge. But if recent experience holds, constructing the bridge or any other bridge for that matter will not be precipitous, because there is a process it has to go through at the Ministry of Finance, the PIAB process.
With all due respect, Mr.
I'm just saying.
No. With all due respect, we've been told that the design has been completed.
Yes, and the costing, yeah.
Right, and the costing has been. Can you give me an idea of what the costing came out to?
It's in the range of $150 million.
All right. So the next step now is?
Okay, based on my experience, and I do not pretend that I'm speaking for all of government, but based on my experience, once we have identified a project that we think needs to be done, there is a process at the Ministry of Finance that it has to go through. The project investment appraisal branch, where a presentation has to be done, and that presentation has to be done in 2 steps. There's a concept stage, and depending on the fortunes thereafter, you go to the design, to the detail stage, and if it is accepted at that stage, then the Ministry of Finance recommends that it gets in the budget. That's the process as I have experience. I'm not aware that there's any other process.
And you have not yet started to prepare for that presentation?
Beg your pardon?
And you have not yet started to prepare for that presentation?
We have, yeah. It's
seeing
part,
that the budget call starts from this month?
Well, as I said
so
before...
the answer is no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wouldn't be, because this is a process, and it's a new process that we are getting into, and it does take some time to go through that.
Sorry, Madam FS, sorry. Yeah. FS is trying to. Go ahead.
Yeah. If I can just comment. So it is the Project Investment Management System, which the administrative side is handled by the Ministry of Finance. There is a Project Investment Management Committee, which is basically treated like a committee of cabinet that actually takes the decision when it moves on to cabinet and therefore gets into the production system.
Well, what I'm trying to establish, I mean, if where we are and knowing that the budget call starts in November and we are nowhere down the road to get it to any of those committees, then the likeliness of it getting into the next financial year budget is slim. And, you know, Madam PS, believe me when I tell you that I would love to see this, even if it is emergency procurement. And no, Mr. Hunter.
Just to assure you, Chairman, hold on, that we discussed it even on the outside.
Because he knew that it was coming.
Yes. And we had discussed it before. And NAA has the responsibility of putting the concept. We start with the concept document, and they have assured me that that is in progress. So it's not that nothing has been done. It has started. The truth is, for us, this is a new process because traditionally, a bridge was to be replaced. We would go ahead through NAA, but now it is seen as a public investment because it's a new bridge. It's not a maintenance activity. And so, you know, they have actually started the document, the paperwork to go to.
I appreciate the intervention, Madam. Yeah, I appreciate that. But the bridge has been down for a year now. We have no solution yet, even for something temporary, for persons to be able to. And believe me, if the weather continues the way that it is, you're going to have somebody hurting themselves in that river. We have majority of those students that went to Troy from the Manchester, because Trelawney side not as affected as the Manchester. But those students have now transferred to schools as far as Santa Cruz. You know, and just so I understand and I appreciate the process, but at the same time, the inconvenience to residents and the risk of life is still there. Go ahead.
Two questions. FS, the PIM, what's the acronym for that? Yes. I thought that was really for new projects, right? In the instant case, you have an emergency, right? A bridge has collapsed, communities cut off, children going to school being impaired, the absence of reasonable access for emergency medical attention, etc., security, a host of exigencies can arise with the absence of that bridge. As I said, my recollection was that that body would deal with new projects being newly initiated as against an emergency response. So I need some clarification on that. Secondly, Mr. Hunter, do you usually keep an inventory of Bailey bridges for emergencies?
Used to.
Huh? Used to? You don't have any anymore?
No. They have been used up.
They have been used up.
Yeah.
But my understanding is that you usually keep an inventory for just that, emergencies. Because building replacement bridges can take some time for financial...
previous emergencies have absorbed whatever we
How
had.
long now?
3 years, 4 years.
3 years?
4 years, yeah.
And you have not replenished it?
Nope.
Oh my God.
How many Bailey bridges we have in stock, Mr. Hunter?
We have no Bailey bridges in stock.
Oh, that that you
They've
have
all been
at
installed.
locations installed.
The truth is, while the chairman emphasizes the Troy Bridge, and understandably so, there are several other locations that have been waiting for bridges before the Troy Bridge.
For us to sit here and, well, for me personally as a member of parliament, because the bridges is right on the border of mine and another constituency, I shudder each time I know that there's rain. And you know the danger is that it don't have to rain in the Troy area for the water to come down in that river, which has happened on numerous occasions. So, you know, I understand your plight because you don't set the budget. But it is a national disgrace and a national issue that needs to be dealt with. Same way we find the resources to do other things that are not emergency. But these things are emergencies. And that's just, you know, it is painful. Because I can't keep on going back to them and say, yeah man, about that, you know, even though the estimate is done, probably another year or two before, you know.
The only thing I will say, Chairman, if you go on the Ministry of Finance's website and you look at the provisions for bridges in the last 8 years, it is $70 million every year for the last 8 years. So, I mean, it's no secret.
And that's the point I'm making. You're underfunded in dealing with maintenance, not only just construction, maintenance of bridges too. You're woefully underfunded. Hence why, as you get a rainfall, they're gone. But also the security of the persons who are crossing. Because you know the funny thing about that Troy Bridge, a vehicle just went right across it before it collapsed. Madam FS.
Sir.
All right, sir. I'm just trying to indicate that each year we have a contingency for the capital projects in the Ministry of Finance budget. The fact that something comes up during the year means we can address it if it is a situation that needs to be prioritized. The ministry just needs to, or NWA needs to submit the proposal. It can be fast-tracked. We have done that in the past. Right? So they just need to get what they need to get to us.
But the greater issue, Madam FS, is really just the financing that is given to the National Works Agency for maintenance of bridges, which is woefully inadequate on an annual basis.
We provide the ministry with a ceiling, and the ministry needs to prioritize what it needs to do. So it is not the Ministry of Finance determining that that particular items get 70 million. That's not us. They get a ceiling, the ministry gets a ceiling for the overall operations, and they determine how much they need for each area. They need to prioritize. So that is not the Ministry of Finance giving them 70 million.
So you're saying that Mr. Hunter is underestimating the cost of maintenance of bridges and keep asking for the same $7 million per year?
The FS has spoken very clearly. I just make one submission to you, Madam PS. Very, very seriously. I had come to, over the years, appreciate why the Ministry of Works, or Ministry in charge of Works, whatever name it might go by, had to keep an inventory of Bailey bridges. Because situation will arise that you can't predict. But the circumstance require an immediate intervention to alleviate. So there's always an inventory. It's like an insurance that the Works Ministry always keep an inventory of Bailey bridges. I remember some budgetary cycle where that inventory was being replenished. And the ministry made the point that we have to spend for it, though we don't have no immediate need because circumstances may arise. And it was appreciated. It is unthinkable, PS, that we come to Standing Finance Committee meeting every year. I'm going to come next budget cycle with a budget from the ministry with no provision, as it has been for 3 years, which I'm just learning. For 3 years. Nothing is 3 years.
No. I'm saying...
let me finish. I just want to stick in here. I'm going to complete now. Because I'm directing this to your PS who you said fund you, which is so.
Who funds her?
Yeah. Miss PS is one of my favorite PSs too. Right? But Madam PS, we can't go on like this. We are in a place prone to flooding, hurricane, and all those things can happen to us by our geographic location. So the very least we can do is to be reasonably prepared for those eventualities. And I'll just ask that come the next budget, the Ministry of Finance can't present a budget to this Parliament without having those minimal level of insurance protection for communities that might get affected in a severe way. So please, I'm asking you, make sure in the next submission, and I tell you, speaking for the FS, it will be given favorable consideration.
Point taken, sir. And you'll see in every budget that there's a provision for bridges, but we have been seeing some unprecedented natural disasters in recent times, recent years, and that would have added to the issues that the agency has had in terms of replenishing. Because you get the money, you make the provision. I think there's a provision for what, $50-something million for the year for bridges.
70 million.
70 million.
70 million.
Okay, thank you. And to use that to buy Bailey Bridge, to put the, when you have bridges like
at
Troy.
150 million?
Yes. Yes. So, you know, at times it may, I hear what is said, and I accept and I appreciate what is said. But when you look at the reality of what you have to work with, sometimes you cannot do what you would really want to do. But we continue, and we will put that at the front of the line in terms of replacement of some Bailey bridges.
Let me ask, though, Mr. Hunter, just on closing this section, about how many bridges you have that are in need of replacement, really. Just island-wide.
I can't give you a reliable number right off, but what we do on an annual basis, we have a standard operating protocol where we are required to inspect 10% of the bridge portfolio. Nationally, we have about 800 bridges that we're responsible for. So every year we do a rolling 10%, and out of that examination, we prescribe what needs to be done. In the extreme case, we close a bridge, as we have closed a couple bridges, and we are not unmindful of the inconvenience which visits the population when you close a bridge. But as I've said here many times over, we close a bridge not because there's a convenient alternate route or that the taxman is not going to charge more money for the alternate route. We close a bridge for one and only one reason: safety. Safety. And so that's a decision we take. We obviously would like to be able to replace bridges at a faster rate than we have been doing so far. But to the extent that we get what we get, we try and do the best that we can. So if we get more, we'll be very happy to do that.
Approximately how many you have closed, collapsed?
I would have to send it out. I don't want to quote a number, and I'm far off. Okay. But the truth is that we have not been replacing bridges at the rate that we ought to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. All right. Madam PS, this figure page 19,000 C3. Read electronic land titling project. $378 million savings under expenditure. This is the electronic land titling project. The approved estimate was 900 million, and the approved new estimate is 521 million.
The project continues. There was a bit of slowing. There are some issues with the execution of the project in terms of the provision that was made within the year and what they were able to achieve. But be assured that it is ongoing.
So this amount that is will not slow it down any further.
No,
going
we don't
down
project
into the
that
financial year.
Yes, they have made adjustments, but it will not slow down the.
So is
the
this
project.
that we'll be delivering less titles, or how will it affect the operation? Because it's a substantial amount.
At this time, overall we expect that by the end of the scheduled time for the completion of the project that we would have caught up. But as you would know, they have been working, for example, on some amendments to their legislation and all of that. So that would have created some delays on their part, but they're working to have all those matters cleared.
Okay, all right. Members, are there any other questions you have for the PS and her team? Yeah? Is there any other questions? No? She's also here representing OPM. Any other questions there? None? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam PS. They said they have no questions for you for OPM. So unless you want to, I'm quite fine. No, so I want to thank you. She's surprised. Thank you very much. Mr. Hunter. All right, members, as we conclude, we are supposed to have the Ministry of Education and Youth. We have not seen any sign sign of the Ministry of Education and Youth, neither online or in the precincts of the House. All right, you want to? All right, go ahead. All right, members, let me just take 2 minutes just to make sure that they're actually not here. Madam Pierce, press the button in front. Yes, Mr. T. Madam Pierce, let us welcome you. Let me apologize for your long wait, but thanks for still bearing with us. You're the last ministry to appear.
But not least.
Yeah, we're just trying to run off everything so that we don't have to come back and so that we can table a report in a short while, which is we'll allow you to introduce your team and for any opening remarks, and then we'll go to the items at hand.
Yes. So thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to members of the committee and staff at the House of Parliament. With me this afternoon, I have Dr. Cassan Troop, our Chief Education Officer, acting, Mrs. Cheryl Brown-Ray, our Director of Budgets, Mrs. Sonia Banton, our Principal Finance Officer, Miss Vivian Johnson, our Director of Planning, Mr. Tyrone Anderson, our Director of MIS, Mr. Kerry Brown, Director of Technical Services, Dr. Tamika Benjamin, our National Math Coordinator, and Dr. Felicia Marshall, our Head of Tertiary in the Ministry. Chairman, this year's approved budget, the current budget for 21-22, is $119.2 billion. So this afternoon, we make a request for an additional $2.8 billion. $823 million of that request we are asking for through reallocation And so the net budget will therefore, if we're approved, be $121.5 billion for this year. The key areas for which we are seeking the additional funding include our school's nutrition program, $592 million, the procurement of laptops for teachers, $530 million, an increase in our tertiary grants for UE, UTech, $500 million, the provision of broadband services for our schools, another $250 million, maintenance and repairs to schools, $140.6 million, the PATH transportation support, $152 million, one-off education grants of $110 million, $10.6 million, and of course, our Japanese school bus donation of $21 million. Chair, these represent support for our improved thrust towards the introduction and the enablement of technology in the education system, an accommodation of an expanded nutrition program, improvement in schools' infrastructure, support for tertiary institutions, as well as our social welfare programs for needy students. Members of the team are here to answer any for any details that you may require on any of those areas that we just outlined. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members? Member Jackson?
I just have two small questions. For welcome, Madam Pierce, and your staff. For this, in the submission, it was pretty clear in terms of what the new allocations are for. But as we are in the financial year, you are making some transitions of some basic schools into infant schools, yes, starting this year. And from my own interaction with the regional office and the process, where criteria are met by the existing staff, they would be incorporated in the new provision. As it relates to persons who may be reaching retirement age, my recollection is correct, retirement age being 65, sorry. Persons falling below that would be okay carrying over. There is an instant case that has come to my attention where someone is 2 to 3 years before retirement and is being told that they can't go forward. Long story short, P.S., I would believe that where that policy position exists regarding the carryover of the existing staff below the retirement age, obviously if you're 66, you couldn't fall on staff before. There's a technicality, I'm told, regarding persons who might be 2 years less. And they would have been working in the basic school, then no infant, for an extended period of time, 10, 15, 20 years in some instance. I would submit that in those instant cases, even where the technicality exists, that those, because those are exceptional cases that you will find, and it's across the system, that those be grandfathered, right, in the going forward. Because it's a few people. Because it would be grossly unjust and unfair that those persons are being made worse off. And when I usually sit in another place, I know in the Ministry of Finance who is here, that there are provisions being made for grandfathering anomalies like these in order to ensure that the potentially affected person is not so affected, is not injured by it. So I want to submit, P.S., that due consideration, without delving into the detail, but I gather that it's really an anomaly in a few cases. And where you're making a transition, like in a school or 2-year, and one of their members who have been there for many years is been left out, it leaves a bad taste in the whole school environment that will prevail after. So I just want to submit that due consideration be done. And in the interim, some interim arrangements be made. Because as we heard, we know the old Jamaicans saying, while grass are grow, ass are starve. So while you might be putting in place the process of remedying it, person or persons would be affected in the interim. So I believe that you would address that. Second question, and my final question, the STEAM schools that are coming on stream. I happen to be the host of one, site marking, which was a new phenomenon to me. I know we usually break ground when we are starting construction, and we usually have a ceremony for the opening of the constructed facility. But I saw that we had a ceremony to mark the spot that ground is going to be broken at some period in the future. My question, PS, when is the first STEAM school expected to have commencement of construction? In other words, you're going through your conceptual stages and all the processes and everything. What is the projected period that you expect the first STEAM school to start construction?
Before you answer, Madam PS, let me just remind members that the ministry is supposed to appear at the PAAC. They had withdrawn their report and is still to send the updated report, as we have a date of the 30th of November for you to appear at the committee. So let me just so that we can stick to what is in front of us also. You can answer the question, but I just want to remind members so that we don't occupy you with a lot of other things outside of. You can proceed, Madam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask Mr. Kerry Brown, our Director of Technical Services, to just come in on that one. Of course, Mr. Jackson, it really is an approximate date because there's a lot of an approximate date that you will get from Mr. Brown because there's a lot of groundwork still to be done in terms of land acquisition and so on. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, PS Chairman, Member Jackson. As indicated by my permanent secretary, we are currently still in the pre-contract activity regarding the signing off on the acquisition of land. We are currently a part of approximately 22 acres. And the modality for construction has still been refined, Chairman and Member Jackson, as it relates to going to a design and build. That's what the consideration is being touted about, or to go to our traditional. So the National Education Trust, who are sorting out the component regarding designs, are still apace regarding the specification for this STEAM school, which is something novel to Jamaica. So hence we are taking our time to ensure that when this is rolled out in your constituency, Chairman Jackson, it will basically be a state-of-the-art facility that will be the model, not only for Jamaica, but for the Caribbean. So we are taking our time as we progress, sir.
No, PS, I think said that I had asked a question, when do you contemplate starting construction? And your PS preempted you by saying that the answer you will give will not be definitive. And I was accepting of that. But you have left out what that definitive, that indicative time is.
Well,
2024.
2024.
2 years from now.
All been well, sir.
You know why I asked that question, PS?
1 year run.
2 years, you said, right? Your ears need clearing.
Members.
Madam PS, you know the reason, Chairman, I won't be distracted by my colleague from...
Just ask your question, please, member.
A lot of whistles and whole heap of money spent for that ceremony. Whole lot of money. You know, I have pictures of it. A lot of fanfare. A lot of money spent on that ceremony exercise. And we are short of money. You know how many basic schools could have been, infant school could have been repaired. And how much more computers and laptop tablets provided. But through your ministry, that expenditure was made, and an exercise to start 2 years from now.
1 year from now.
I speak to the authorities, not to you.
At the close of 2022.
Member.
Construction is 2024.
Members.
2023 in between.
Remember, you can ask your question when you're ready.
You know, Mr. Chairman, the member have a disposition for mischief making, and I won't be distracted by mischief making. I will be guided by the authoritative response from the Ministry of Education.
So, thank you, Member Jackson. So, recall, my team member just indicated that we're in the pre-contract activities. So there's the acquisition of land, there's design and so on. All of those will take time as we move into the build phase.
No, I can
appreciate. But I want to ask the question though. When you said acquisition of land, so where you did your soft groundbreaking is not the actual location for, or you have not yet acquired the land?
That's one of them.
Okay.
We are going to be building 6 STEM schools and 1 performing arts. Yes.
Okay.
So,
Chairman, to your information, this land acquisition element is not an issue. Is SCJ all the land, which is virgin land, right? It's just a matter of government transfer.
Transferred, right.
That's all it is. It's pure paperwork.
No, it don't take. It takes some time.
So that don't take any time, because if I listen to you, Mr.
Brown.
Mr. Brown, you're not even finished the conceptual design yet, as you just said. You don't even pass the conceptual stage. And you are spending so much money for a ceremony? Come on, man. You're not have no more expenditure for any more site marking and spend that money all over 5 other locations. Because you seem to have a disposition for site markings, as was evidenced in Done Beholden.
Let me, page 41,007. This is subvention to UWI and UTEC. Which brings the subvention to both to 18 billion. Well, an additional 457 million. This is in addition. Can you just say what is the total? Would bring up the total subvention to both institutions?
Mrs. Banton. My PFO will take that one, Chair.
Sure.
Just a minute, sir. For the UWI,
Can you just identify yourself, please, for the Hansard? To identify herself for the Hansard.
Okay.
Name, so Hansard can know.
I'm Sonia Banton, Principal Finance Officer.
Thank you. You can go ahead, Ms. Banton.
Okay, the total budget for the UWI and UTEC, was that the question, member?
Yes. Subvention from government to each, and if you can give it broken down, what UWI gets would have received and what UTech would have received.
Okay. The budget for UWI is $9.9 billion, and the budget for UTech is $2.3 billion, prior to $250 million now in the supplementary for each of them.
And this additional $250 million would cover what?
It's actually the increase in school operations.
For both institutions?
For both institutions.
Any questions on that, members? On 41,005, reduction on scholarships and tuition assistance, $374 million. Is that because of no take-up of scholarships or tuition, or what is?
Again, Chair, I'll ask Mrs. Banton to take that one.
Okay, for this one, it is actually debarment from scholarships and tuition assistance to pay for some exams. It was wired to the student assessment unit to pay for exams. So if you look further around, you will see on page the student assessment.
Because
yes, 41,009. You will see where the amount was wired to pay.
Yes. No,
right.
Thank you
it's
very much.
It's a reallocation.
Yeah.
Which is Madam Pierce, under its normal heading of scholarships and tuition assistance, that is a particular provision for those purposes, and which persons who qualify could be able to utilize it. Its environment to student assessment is a completely different exercise. So therefore, what you have done is to not make available that sum for that purpose, and by extension, the persons who would qualify and could benefit from it. So it's a benefit being denied by the reallocation.
Member, I'll just hand over to Mrs. Banton, but it's not a denial of benefits, really. It's yes.
No, I'm
tuition. Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that the under 9, that the amount for student assessment,
mm-hmm.
if I'm to understand from what I'm reading, student assessment is a completely different function than tuition assistance and scholarships. That means that students who have problem paying their tuitions could be able to get some support under this initial provision, and that will no longer be if what I'm seeing here holds.
Right.
So,
it's not as simple as that, Chairman. Let me just allow my team member to just explain. It's additional support.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Member. Cassandra, Acting Chief. So just to explain a little further, so it's really moving the funds over to pay for the students who are doing their assessment. So it's for subsidy for those who are doing CSEC and CAPE and City and Guild. So it's not denying, but more so reallocating to where the line item needs to be to accommodate for that increased expenditure for those students.
With all due respect, Dr. Chu, I have a difficulty digesting that. Because if the funds were there to assist persons for scholarship support
and assessment,
it
says tuition, scholarship and
tuition assistance and scholarships.
Right, so it's
That's
not
very explicit.
Right, so it's not only for tertiary students, it's for subsidy, tuition, assessment, all of those areas are incorporated in that line item, sir.
That it is via too?
No,
it is gone for student. No, I'm just going by the narrative here. Right? Student assessment. Right? Direction and administration, 374. Right? Additional requirement. In the previous allocation, it was under the heading for scholarships and tuition assistance. The reason why this is important to see, when this yellow book is tabled, it tells the public, forget about us who are sitting here, it tells the public what budgetary provisions exist in the government. So John Public reads this. They would now know that there's a provision that they can possibly access to get support from the government by virtue of what is retabled here. And they should read this, right? That would not go away with the same conclusion they had before. So that's the problem. Even if it is as you say, the narrative that is tabled does not reflect that.
Point taken, member.
All right. Thank you, member. Thank you, madam. 41,009. This reallocation of 321 million from the reallocation of path beneficiary assistance to the breakfast program. Just the question really is seeing that you had a budget of 5.5 billion for this path beneficiary assistance. Now that you're reallocating, will this affect your normal flow for that line item?
No, Chair.
So you're over budgeted. So yeah, but you're starting a new program, which is a breakfast program.
It's an expansion. Actually, there are more beneficiaries coming on stream with our breakfast and snack program through NPL.
All right, so that line item, path beneficiary assistance, what are the functions of, what sort of benefits would these path students get?
Okay, Dr. Chu?
Addendum to the chairman's question. The original allocation of that was there for 5.5 billion. That provision never usually include breakfast?
Not in the numbers through NPL, but I'll allow Dr. Troop to just break out the program into its component parts and just say very quickly to Chair.
Okay, thank you, PS. So the component parts, member, we have the cooked lunch component that is done through the schools. We have the snack component that is done through NPL, and the breakfast component for the primary level that is done through NPL as well. So those are the three areas, or three areas under the program for this 5.5 that we have here in the book.
So you took out the 321, which was, and you put it into a separate breakfast program. Because what you just said is that the original design, as the breakfast had or have a breakfast component in it. But in the narrative, you say that you're shifting, you're reallocating the 321 to facilitate production of breakfast and snacks for the same part students. So I'm a little bit not so clear there.
It's a little bit unclear. Yeah, go ahead, madam.
The breakfast, the school feeding program is covered by that sub-program, school nutritional support. And the school feeding program is delivered through the Nutrition Products Limited, as well as through the other program that they have there, the Path Beneficiary Assistance. So everything here is targeted at school feeding.
I understand that, but you have two different line items, because one for $1 billion, which is an additional 914.
That's the Nutrition Products Program, where they
but
prepare.
the second one also said it's a NPL program, the
No.
5.5 billion.
It says revision. It says that the
reallocated
321
to.
has been reallocated
So
to the nutrition for PATH students.
All right. So this Path Beneficiary Assistant, this goes directly to the school.
That is. They also having that program, the program for the school and the cook lunch program.
Right. So some goes directly to the school.
Yeah.
And the rest goes to
Okay, so this
NPL
is really the
to provide.
NPL program
Yes.
that it is financing. So my question again, then, if it is that this is the NPL program, you would have budgeted at the beginning of the financial year for this 5.5 billion for a particular program. You are now reducing it to include the NPL program.
Reallocate.
So you're reallocating some of these funds.
Right. So, Mrs. Banton.
Right. So, part of it. So, when we did the budget, the 5 point something, it was divided for the three components.
Yes.
Part for the schools to
Yes.
facilitate the cooked lunch program at the primary and secondary
Okay.
level.
Okay.
Then there's a component in the budget that goes to NPL for the breakfast for the primary
so you're now
students.
including NPL, so you just redirect.
Right.
All right.
And
Okay. All
plus
right.
we have a little bit more numbers coming in, plus the inflation with
All right.
providing
No,
for them.
That's fine. All right. Any other questions, members? If none, let me thank you very much. Madam PS and team, let me apologize again for having you wait so long.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Enjoy the
Chair.
rest
Thank
of your
you,
day.
members of the committee. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Before the members please leave, Madam PS, let me remind you that we are awaiting the revised report, and that you have a date with us on the 30th of November, which will be our last meeting before the Christmas break. If there are no other business, the date of the next meeting is the 30th of November. Let me move for the adjournment. Thank you.
Your government is working for you. On the East Coast, there's the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. The highway, which began in January 2017, is now slated to end in March 2025. Another segment under the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project is the Maypen to Williams Field, which is approximately 81% complete. Next stop, the Morant Bay Urban Center. Preparation and demolition exercises began in July 2022 at the Goodyear factory in the